happened in Dream League was just, it was fixed. They had some big team talk. I'm sure Blitz helped motivate them a little bit, and they seem to be back here, back to the point where everyone wants to see them. But can they keep that consistency that we saw in the first and second major and actually close it out this time? That's going to be the question.
They talked a bit about at Berlin. They're talking a little bit about being burnt out, sort of with all the Dream League and stuff going on. So I think maybe a conscious decision at some point to like pace themselves a little bit leading into this critical stretch of the year. And then this tournament we've talked about, Morphling was going to be for sure one of the heroes of the tournament coming in, and Liquid started off very strong. They seem to have all kinds of different answers in the first phase against Morphling. They seem to, and they themselves being a morph team, seem to understand this hero very well. And so I feel like they've kind of put on a clinic that other teams have learned from in dealing with this hero so far.
Yeah, I mean, as far as drafting goes for Liquid right now, you kind of look at like what's the meta, what's good right now. You look at the Undying, the Enchantress, you look at Morphling, Medusa. A lot of teams aren't particularly doing well with them, and their win rates aren't the highest, but with Liquid, these are close to 100% win rate heroes across the board for all these heroes. And they've always been kind of like the trendsetters, the meta setters for this, not in this patch, but the last couple patches.
Yeah, speaking of the draft, I believe we got one coming our way here as Team Liquid and PSG.LGD are ready for game number 1 of this best of 3. We got Team Liquid on the Radiant side with second pick, therefore overall last pick. PSG.LGD Dire side with first pick, and we got a Pugna Enchantress banned out by them. We also have an Undying Broodmother banned out by Team Liquid, so we got some heroes left in the pool that are pretty good, namely Morphling. Also thinking of a potential Timbersaw coming out. But what's the... Yeah, go for it.
I think there's gonna be like a Morphling Enigma trait in this first phase.
Ooh.
Well, that's actually...
Nothing to say Primal Beast.
This has been going up in priority for them with the Enigma as well for LGD, so I wasn't sure if they were going to ban it or not.
Yeah, I did not expect the Primal Beast being a first pick like that, but that hero is definitely showing off like big time on this tournament. It's been winning like and owning most of the games I've seen, at least. So it's gotta make sense to pick it like first like this.
No, it's definitely looking good. I haven't seen a bad Primal Beast game yet. I've seen games where the Primal Beast doesn't do really well in the laning stage, kind of owns there, but then his rotations have just been on point, and they've been buffing this Pulverize patch after patch, and now it just seems to be what Primal Beast needs. His damage seems quite insane right now.
Yeah. And I love this Morphling pickup because for Team Liquid, Nisha on top of Mickey, like they both play Morph, and it's a very good answer against Primal Beast, and it's probably like it's probably gonna be a mid Morph this game because you know, people consider Morph as a good counter pick to the Primal Beast overall.
And Liquid's definitely a team that they're one of the better teams that can do that type of play where you can just throw a carry mid, and then you have Mickey who used to play mid, so he has like a huge hero pool in the safe lane if he does want to run something that's not as greedy, because normally when you have the morph mid, you don't want to double down on having too many carries. So if they do that, I think Mickey will play something a little less greedy, maybe like potentially a Lesh carry against the Naga could be good as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the Naga, we've seen on the elimination matches yesterday, the Naga has been also showing a big time, and has been winning most of his games as well. So LGD had some calculations after yesterday in games, and they decided to just, you know, get their strategies on board.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want to ban as well, seems like. Able to remove some of the offlaners they don't want Zai to play.
The question is the Naga that good, or was the C Naga that good?
5 seconds remaining.
Because I know all the C teams were playing the Naga, and they were looking good, and they were prioritizing it as like first phase as well, but LGD have not played a single game of Naga yet. So maybe taking some inspiration, some of the good from this. Sure, we lost all our C teams, but when they did win, they were winning with this Naga.
Yeah, and the Primal Beast.
Heroes had a larger hero pool among a lot of the carries this tournament, I would say. Played Spectre yesterday, Clinks, like they pick a lot of different stuff for him. I think the Naga is kind of, they want an illusion type answer against the Morphling, and they pick it here before it gets banned, and then later on in the draft they can add to it with some wombo combo to kind of make Morphling's life a little bit tougher in fights. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see a Disruptor or another favorite of Wise for them, the Elder Titan, taking later in this draft. And for Liquid, so I think we talked about this day one, but Morph on second pick, they seem to have been more worried about Morph on first pick because they usually leave it in the pool if they're on second pick, but lost against it, I think, against Shopify on first, and they banned it when they're not first pick. So with the second pick, like they do have a chance to counter pick, like I guess 2 of the side lanes of LGD with their later selections. So we'll see if that's what happens. That could be troublesome, because I think that's how LGD lost in their Gaimin matches very quickly.
I'm not a big fan of a Clockwork straight up against Primal Beast, since he's not going on his lane. Most likely, there's nothing to say he's gonna play the Primal Beast. But at the same time, this hero is still like very annoying for Primal in the mid game, because like there's no way you can, even if you buy BKB, you can get cogged, and then you just like you can just run around in the cog, like stepping over Clockwork. And if he buys 4 stuff, then he's gonna like just make so much space for his team against the Primal.
I remember I forgot which game I was watching, but it was one of the DPCs where I did see a Clockwork play versus a Primal. It was actually Dindy playing Primal Beast. It was a NA match, but either way, if Clock ever gets on top of the Primal in the mid game, you just can't do anything as a Primal. You're just an easy kill, so there's at least that aspect. You ideally do want to lane against it, but if you ever get him the cogs with battery assault, you can't onslaught out of that. As far as I know, you just get trapped every single time, or it cancels your onslaught. So it's a good answer to lock him down, but makes the Naga pick even better here, because Clock, and so far it's a really good Naga game. The Morphan Clock, they don't enjoy playing versus the Naga whatsoever.
And Liquid needs to be thinking about dealing with illusions later on, picking up some Lion that they already used in this tournament, picking up some Leshrac as you mentioned already. They need some answer. Maybe Legion Commander for Zai could be the answer, or Tide.
Yeah, I'd really love to see Mickey pick up some Leshrac carry with the Clockwork in lane. That's a super strong lane, by the way. Clock Leshrac. You want to bust that one out. Yeah, I'd be fine with just Leshrac mid too. Both would be good. Just a good Leshrac. A lot of teams do like to have, I think Pudge and Lesh really what I think about when I think of like countering Naga right now.
There's the IO Lesh that some teams have first phased a little bit, mostly Gaimin with some success, but we've seen teams pick that a lot later in the draft as well. It's still available here.
Timber is still in the pool, by the way, for Liquid.
There's a lot of Naga quote-unquote counters.
Yeah. I'm surprised Timber is not highly contested yet.
Whenever PSG plays Naga Siren, normally they lane it together with an Ancient Apparition, and you're up against Morphling. Is that still good here?
10 seconds remaining.
It's always good against Morphling as an Ancient Apparition, but it's always like it's again weak laning for the LGD, and they can't afford to pick something like that against Liquid. I think they can just get run over.
Okay. My rule of thumb for AA is you have to have at least 2 heroes the Ice Blast is good against.
Okay.
I normally don't feel like 1 is good enough. Like if they pick Timbersaw here, then it gets a bit better, right? Because then now you can deal with that hero. 1 Morphling might not care as much.
Ooh, that's unusual. I've never seen TM.
I was talking about this a couple. It was the last time we saw Naga yesterday, actually. It's like, what if they pick CM against the Naga? It's one of the few heroes that can do well versus illusions, and Winter is like, no, this hero's too terrible, you can't pick it anymore. And it did get nerfed heavily. It does less damage, has less mana regen, or was his argument, but at the end of the day, it still does have a lot of ways to deal with the Naga. Haven't been seeing a lot of Orchid on the Naga lately. A lot of these players have been skipping it, so you can just pop your ultimate if you ever get net, give you that armor, give you a lot of AoE, maybe forces the Naga into getting that Orchid build again.
Yeah, usually Nagas go for like Manta Heart straight up.
Yeah, it used to be like Manta, Orchid, then Heart, but with the changes to Orchid, it just doesn't seem to be a favorite build anymore.
LGD meanwhile just keeps setting up for that insane mid to late game with their draft. I mean, I think this game they actually have a very decent lane on the off lane, because Sake is like a very strong. It's one of the strongest position 4 heroes right now, and Doom is pretty robust too, I would say. Depends what Liquid wanna put against that. There, is it Morphling or is it like another hero for Mick?
I want to see Pudge. Remember the CM Pudge lane that was popular? It's really good. You're playing versus Doom and Naga. Like it could be a really good pick there. But they'll go with the Ember.
Liquid's turn to ban.
Which means we are gonna have a carry Morphling, more than likely.
Yeah.
More likely, yes.
Ember in the mid lane, and they're gonna last pick a Zai hero.
Isn't Primal versus Ember pretty decent?
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
it's 50-50.
Okay.
They can't touch each other.
5
Yeah, they should
seconds
both
remaining.
free farm. Ember can just, he normally gets, I think, an early point in chains in this matchup, so he can disengage from the trample.
Turn to ban.
Oh, they ban AA.
They ban AA.
Now they respect it. They prioritize the techies over the AA there.
Yeah.
That maybe suggests that they would look at a last phase Timber or something like that. Last pick, sorry.
Timber would be great for them. Probably their best pick, I would imagine. Darkseer's banned. What other heroes would you want to play Rezo against Naga?
Timber or Legion, I'd say, for this one. Timber is really good. They have 2 strength cores. Yeah, they have Doom. Like you have to buy Lincoln's for a lot of Sorp early on, but then like you can put a lot of pressure against the Naga, and you can always kill her illusions very easily. You can get on top of them easily with the chain.
They'll remove the Necrophos, so Timber's still in the pool.
Yeah.
We'll see what Team Liquid chooses to remove. Probably another support.
5 seconds.
Is there any kind of flex potential for a Doom 4 or something? Techies 5 or?
Nah,
like,
not too much. I think Disruptor is a very good pick for LGD as well.
PSG.
It's very good against both of the Liquid Force and Elder Titan was another great option as well.
Yeah, I was looking at the Elder Titan a little bit. Some team fight would be nice for them to play around the Naga. I'd be okay with a Mirana too, if they wanted to go that route. Having arrows set up against like the Ember with Sleep could be good. Probably won't do it. I don't think he plays a lot of it. Just his preference at this point. I don't think there's any 1-5 that stands out too much. Disruptor does make sense, but it is a little annoying versus Ember sometimes.
I mean, if it was Tundra, it would have been a Mirana.
Yeah, sure.
Team Liquid.
But for LGD, they're looking more of a... Oh no!
They're gonna go for it. I mean, he has a really big hero pool, but
that's a good one. Beer.
The hero is really good with Naga and Primal Beast. Makes a lot of sense. These high mobility heroes, they needed more lockdown. I feel that was reliable, and this kind of helps them out. And whenever I see Naga in play, I do like it when they pick some type of like song combo.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, so that Timber Saw that you spoke of is still in?
I think so, yeah. I mean, Mirana doesn't do anything. Like, their top lane doesn't do anything to Timber at all.
Choose
No,
your
it will be that Pudge. Oh, nice.
Pudge. It's likely. Unless they're being real crazy.
Yeah, we saw Gaimin run this a few times against Naga as well. So I guess the question is, do you guys think that LGD's lanes are good enough to get them to the mid late game? Or does it even matter? They just get outscaled anyway.
I'm not sure.
It's going to be the Zai factor here. Sometimes Zai is the type of player that will just be like, I don't want to be a core and buy Blink Dagger, you know? But I feel like this is not the game for it. He has to have a really good game on this Pudge and scale, because him and Nisha are going to be the answers to Naga this game, which means Zai has to have a good game.
Yeah, I feel like LGD draft is way better this game, but
10 seconds remaining.
but the laning is still the question.
Is the laning good enough for Liquid that they can get a lead and win the game off of that?
I think so. I think so. Yeah, because the Morphin lane is going to be free, Pudge lane is going to be free, and it's Nisha mid is always going to have a good game, you know. So Liquid is going to come ahead, and if they can close the game, that's 1-0.
I think LGD's draft feels a little slow. I think you have the clockwork that presents early problems, as Roman mentioned, for the Primal. And then beyond that, I feel like you're going to have Naga hitting creeps, you're going to have Doom trying to hit his timings. I feel like the game could get a little bit slow for them, and I think that's when Liquid has sort of space to come in and take over the game. So I like Liquid as well.
Ooh, maybe Team Liquid has a little bit of the case of bend, don't break for this first game. We'll see what happens, though, together with Cap and SVG.
That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the playoffs of the Bali Major. And we're going to start off with a great series, I think. LGD versus Liquid. Liquid, of course, had their choice of teams, and they chose LGD. Big mistake. It might be a big mistake, because this is a squad that they have not beat since the Singapore Major. Yeah. It's been a long time since this org has gotten a win. Sure, they've gotten some ties here or there, but even recently, Avery, they lost at this last TI to LGD in the groups, and they lost most recently at Dream League to this team.
That's exactly what I was referring to. All stats, mistake. Let me tell you something. One does not pick Zhao 8 Zhao 8 picks you.
Well, it looks like Zhao 8 has somehow managed to get into the minds of Team Liquid and get his choice of teams in Team Liquid.
Exactly where he wants to be.
Just where
exactly
he
where he directed it all to perfection here and got the exact matchup he wanted with an overconfident
the team that is probably
Liquid.
the second strongest over the year right now. Liquid?
Oh, I thought you meant LGD all the time.
I'm not sure if LGD's there quite yet, but
No, this is a very interesting matchup. I think it is interesting Liquid end up picking LGD, but I think a lot of it is Liquid are very confident they're going to just decimate him in the first 10 minutes. Like, that's got to be part of it, right? Sure. I mean, maybe there's some other mental factors. Liquid, you know, talking to these guys, they also tend not to care too much who they play. It's more about what they're doing, and if they're confident in their own strength at the time. Like, I think they would have picked anybody out of that group. I don't think they really feel any weakness towards any of those teams.
We saw Blitz put out on social media that they were thinking about choosing Gaming Gladiators. Maybe it's less about who LGD are and maybe more about who their other opponent could have been. The number one de facto team in the world, Gaming Gladiators. You know, that is a tough choice between the two.
Never easy. And I think that is the one upside that Liquid have going for them here. LGD is a very slow early game team. So if you're Liquid and you're going into this matchup, you kind of know you're gonna have your way in the first 10, maybe even 15 minutes. After that, if the game is even, it becomes spooky for Liquid, because I do think LGD are a little bit of a stronger straight 5-on-5 team fight team at the moment. But they're not guaranteed to get to that position, and I think that's where Liquid can just heavily abuse them here. And they went for a pretty fast lineup. Clockwork, Crystal Maiden. This is like some throwback to the dual roam days almost, but a very fast support duo. You can get a lot of gate action going, a lot of side lane ganks. I would expect Foxy and Sana to combine a lot here in the first 10 minutes if the game is slowing well for them. Give these cores like some ganks, some extra XP, contest the bounty, the wisdom runes, and just pull ahead of LGD, who are more reliant on these little 2 or 3 man combos with the Techies and Mirana needing some setup here. Whereas Liquid supports, they're just going to do it all if they get the levels.
Now, if LGD's weakness has been the laning phase, is this not something that Zhao 8, a legendary captain, is going to point out to his team? And is it not something that you can fix this early on? Because it does look like, at least draft-wise, they've gotten themselves some pretty good lane matchups.
I think it's something LGD is aware of, and I slowly see them like fixing it a little bit in their drafts. They also have some of these crutch heroes that they rely on. I think Primal is a huge one for them. I actually think this Primal is extremely important for LGD as Zai hooks the creep. In terms of, it's a hero that's very hard to shut down in the early game and will almost always reliably get out of lane and provide you some sort of play options on the map, right? It has overwhelming damage. You can't really negate that damage in the early game unless you're gonna really hard pick it on lane with like some Razor. I don't even know if that wins it. So I think this Primal has been a reaction from LG in terms of they've upped the priority on it, because it's a hero for NTS that can help get them through the early game. Like, if you're gonna pick a hero in the first 10 minutes in Dota that is the strongest in the game, Primal's got to be in the top 3.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this hero kind of goes crazy even before he gets his ultimate, which is pretty unique, I would say, out of a lot of cores. And, I mean, you're talking about a crutch, so it's something that they're very reliant on, but you did just label up a lot of strengths. It does sound to me like you think it is very important for this Primal Beast to be successful, because they are so reliant on it when it comes to, as you said, upping the draft priority on it. They think it's important for probably their early game in the laning phase and such. So it's pretty important for Nothing to Say to not only win his lane here up against Nisha, but also be able to have some big impact in these early rotations, right?
Or at least go even. But yeah, I kind of expect the NTS to control the early tempo of this game. If you can get 1 or 2 ganks off, go even mid, maybe get one of the 6, 8, 10 power runes, then I think you're in an okay place for LG. I also think LGD's side lanes are decent. They're better than they look on paper this game.
I mean, I think they've got 2 of the strongest laning supports, I would say. Techies and Mirana are both pretty
they're strong
in that regard.
They're very strong right clickers. Their spells can be good if you can combine them up. I think that Doom and Naga are a little weak, but Naga Mirana is an old school classic, pretty strong dual lane if you get some Riptides going with the extra right click. So I don't think they're necessarily outclassed draft-wise. I just expect Liquid to be a stronger laning team and outplay them here. Shiro has to TP out of top off a hook. He's just getting beat up. Does have a salve though, so trades are going Liquid's way, and it's already going to get reflected in the regen department. This is what LG is going to have to overcome. You can't let these little things build up to a point where suddenly you're feeding away kills and then supports get extra experience. That is the biggest thing for me. If LG go like 0-0 in the first 10 minutes, I think they're happy, honest.
Sure.
And if I'm Liquid, I want to start scoring up some of these extra kills on lane so my clock and Maiden get enabled. It's not necessary, but that's like the perfect game here. If Boxy has a 6 to 10 minutes, because then he's just going to counteract the Primal Beast a lot too. Clock was basically Europe's premier answer to this hero at the end of that Primal batch. So,
and it's a hero that's been very successful at this tournament so far.
Yep, one of the highest win rates overall, plus 20 games. It's like 70% plus, I think 76% or something this morning. So, Zero is ridiculously high win rate. I was looking through those games too. A lot of those have been blocked for some of the backline supports. That's the one thing that stuck out to me. Like that Silencer, Skywrath mages, heroes that traditionally don't want to go first staff, fourth staff first, and just get soloed by Clock. I think that helps. The laning also might be a little weak for him, but he's generally just looking pretty good. And Foxy already level 3, laying in that level 2 battery. This is where the hero shines in the trades, and he's getting pretty damn good trades out here.
Yeah, he is. He may not have, may not be a great answer to the Mirana, but the techies, this is certainly a hero he could probably feast on a bit.
You catch him out, for sure. I also think the Clock shines for some of these ranged heroes when it comes to contesting the runes. We're talking Wisdom runes, and we're also talking the Lotuses. I think Clock is really good at contesting 3 and 6 minute Lotuses, something that's a bit underrated on these side lane matchups.
That's true. He just walks on top of you, and then he can channel on it, and you can't.
So I think that is one of the things you should look for with this hero. And then, you know, the Lotuses are nice for Clock, because hero generally has suffered with mana pool problems on the lane too. So if you get all that going, I think there's a reason this hero is doing pretty well.
Sure.
I don't think
you say getting very low in this mid lane matchup now.
This is a tough matchup. This is not one of the matchups that Primal is super happy playing into. I think Ember definitely takes away with it over the long run, and then you're a mobility hero that is pretty tanky with Flame Guard, though Nisha just went Chains here too, so the Chain's going to be some extra setup and initiation for Liquid. But it is a 0-0 game.
It is. First blood, and it may even be first blood in the top lane, as Zai is going to be run down here. The Flesh Heap blocking a lot of this damage, but they can just keep on putting it in. And Wayu Smile is going to be the recipient of all that extra gold.
That's that Riptides with the Mirana right clicks, and Vanguard delivered to his corpse, but not in time to save him. Big timing for LGD to hit.
Now, meanwhile, Insania was not there in lane, in part because he was looking to be able to gank the Primal Beast, so this may be a fair trade-off in some ways. Yeah, I know it's the big first blood goal, that feels great, but still, the mid matchup, I feel like that is one of the most important kills to get in lane right now.
And shutting down the tempo for LGD, which is this Primal Beast.
Right.
And extra XP for the Maiden. That is exactly what Liquid want here, even getting a little Rocket Flare assist action going. This Rocket Flare has been another factor, I think, for the Clock, that people are just skilling it more, skilling it earlier. This spell is pretty high impact in the early game. You get a lot of them off per minute. You can cancel raindrops, you can cancel salves, you can slow down heroes in random fights. The slow is pretty annoying.
Why manages to snatch away the regen rune from Nisha, which with both supports and an Ember Spirit, who's usually pretty good at rune controlling, that was quite nice, I think.
Gonna be some parity on the map right now, as both these side laners have Vanguard. It's gonna put them in the lane, which means the skirmishes are gonna all go towards mid here. Ooh. They were looking for the chain stun.
Yeah, I feel like if nothing to say, could have grabbed him there. That's a kill. You got the Mirana ready to go with the arrow and a blast off from the techies. This pulverize sets up a lot.
Especially when you don't have the Flame Guard.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing here. Nisha is susceptible to dying in this game, especially to arrows or a techie's follow-up. The aggressive potential is a lot stronger, and the chains controlling the primal is going to be good for like counter initiations and stuff, but you cannot let the Ember get gone on. And 7-minute Wisdom Rune. LGD do not want to give this up to Boxy here.
Yeah, Boxy might just get both the Wisdom Rune and a kill. See if he's able to isolate him long enough. I guess nothing to say. You got to trample on through, and he does manage to grab it. Nothing to say, gets here, and should be able to help get the kill. Box is going to go for the deny on the Ancients, but the Pulverize and Blast Off will ensure there is no chance.
The true Goomba pound into the dirt.
Yeah, seriously.
It's probably worth it here. I feel like I'd take that. I think denying it from LGD, pretty valuable. Planet's going to be very low level now. He's going to have to catch up somewhere. Still looking to unblock this big camp, which is not been on the lane for the entire time. Did get a heartbeat creep up for New though, so happy about that one. Unlucky he has to lane into Morphling, but you know, what can you do? And the mid clash continues for the 8-minute power run here as Liquid continue to bring their support trying to deal with
getting aggressive, maybe not realizing the support rotations that are coming in. The arrow's going to slide right on by, doesn't hit anything there, sadly. And, well, they can at least get a counter kill. Box is going to die, Nisha's going to get a little bit low, but will be fine. And they also take the power rune again, away from Liquid. So denying it from the Ember Spirit, not the worst situation, though nothing to say is going to be a bit sad, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try and leave that. I mean, you never know. It's possible Liquid don't have vision on that rune, or they assume it was taken, which was actually the case here. And it's such a big rune on Primal. But either way, you're happy to deny it from the Ember. Zany is still lurking around mid, will place a ward. I mean, you can see where Liquid's attention's going.
Yeah.
This has been one of the things that I talked about as well, that I think European teams are way more willing to devote resources toward their mid dispatch than a lot of the Chinese and Southeast Asian teams. So LGD meeting them there, but they are falling a little bit far behind as the Pudge eventually just going to kick Shiro out of top. They are not winning those mid battles straight up.
And if they have the vision of you sitting behind, then they can go to another side lane confident, but they do get an arrow kill off of that one, trading out with the Mirana though.
Nisha continues untouchable here as nothing test, just can't, nothing to say, can't grab him. Too slippery. No, grease the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, seriously. The grease man, Nisha. Finally got their hands on him. The blast off. Oh no, the slice got off just in time. That surely would have been a kill. Look how low Nisha is, but instead Nisha could turn around, pump some damage into nothing to say, ensure that they do manage to get that kill. And now it looks like Planet is going to be traded out for Boxy. So big advantage for Liquid, just slightly off the mark there for LGD in timing.
These mid ganks have not gone nearly as smoothly for them as they did for Liquid. And I mean, like you're saying, the timing, like Nisha can die in these ults. It is very easy for him to go down if any of the arrow or the techie stun lands. But they have not been able to find it once this game. He continues to be too slippery. The stacks going up for Liquid in the triangle as well for Zai to come back and farm, and he is going that Ags on the Pudge to help scale into that Naga Siren. So you're gonna have some acceleration here, and it is going to be Midas on you to try and match that. So both these offlaners are just gearing up for the late game. Unsurprising for me that LGD goes this route, because I think they are looking for the later timings with the Naga. And unsurprising that Zai goes it, because I mean, you pick Pudge to deal with the Naga here, so.
Yeah, I mean, is it even, if Zai does manage to continue this level of farm, let's say, is it even possible for Naga Siren to carry this game against Pudge? It is. Like, that's a pretty hard counter, right?
I mean, you can play the fights around the hero.
Go for the kill on bottom lane, Morphling, but they immediately dip out as they see the Pudge TPing in, and Zai slightly off the mark there with the hook.
A little bit of a Zai J hook right there.
Bit.
Where'd that spray go, by the way? I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah.
Fall out of favor. Am I behind on the memes?
Yeah, you're an old man. No, I'm dead.
Oh, it's not me, it's the kids.
Zai
overstep, maybe.
Yeah, I tried to go for the dismember, gets pulverized instead, blast off combo, but he is tanky, man. He is really not putting up with this at all. Hooks back in, nothing to say, and he will die. Mew just all inning for Zai, now gets him with the Harpy Lightning, but it's a 1 for 2. Mickey, the recipient of a double kill. That has got to feel good for Liquid, and they're either going to find Planet, though Moonlight Shadow will probably get him away. I doubt these heroes have dust.
Now they're core, so,
top tower
you know, dust doesn't exist in their shop. Base top for hero, though. He's going to get a tier 1 out of this with Naga. I like that he stayed up here and got some extra map punish. These towers are valuable. A lot of Nagas maybe are just AFK juggling, but he actually makes the most of an overextension bottom on top of that Pudge passive. Zai gets it off and makes him pay. A little ground pound to send Nisha's way, who did end up committing fully for the chains here. 4-4-0. Very interesting. Maybe just wants to play around his support, set up Frost Novas, some extra hook shots, whatever it is, and control this Primal more too. I mean, the chains are definitely nice versus the Primal.
Yeah, no doubt. It's definitely more of a focus on the Primal, right? Because if he'd gone maxed out Flame Guard or more levels of Flame Guard, he'd have better options to deal with the Naga Siren, right?
Yes,
like better AoE.
Like the downside of not having Flame Guard is your lane shove is going to be slower, your map pressure is going to be slightly worse, you're dealing with the Naga in a slightly worse manner. The trade-off is your kill threat's way higher at this point in the game, which also points me to like, okay, Liquid want to play this game pretty fast. They want to start smoking up, ganking heroes, killing them, using Nisha's levels to take net worth away from LGD's bank, put it into their own. And this is not some game where Nisha is going to take high farm party. Probably a wise idea since he has Morphling and an Axe Pudge to contest with. LG gonna try and go on Zai again.
Yeah, they do have some reinforcements, though. Nisha's gonna show up, slight chains onto the two supports. Insani with the damage. They're both gonna be super low after this, while Shiro is being dealt with by the Zai Pudge. They cannot bring this man down.
Get all three.
Too big and too fat.
This is not the target you want to be going on if you're LGD. No. This is a last pick Pudge. He's getting his passive off almost no matter what, unless you want to bring Doom to him. I also just don't know if this move is necessary. I mean, they want to fight around the Naga, so Naga's not getting kicked out of here, but you're just setting up such an easy fight for Liquid because he's not going to go down that fast.
Yeah.
Maybe having that tier 1 down almost overbaited him. Like, all right, maybe Liquid can't get reinforcements here. Maybe it was just unlucky that they were smoked, but hey, one man's luck is another man's skill.
I mean, they also have this really deep ward on Liquid side of the, being able to see that dire mid tier 2. Like, they have so much vision to know that they're not in the mid lane. Well, they gotta be somewhere else, right? Like, that Primal Beast is looking for kills. He's not farming.
Yeah, and counter ganking him is exactly what Liquid want to do here. The lineup thrives in that type of situation. 14-minute rune, this looks familiar. 2v1.
He's gonna 1v2 and maybe get a kill out of this. Doesn't get the Wisdom rune. Hookshot goes out. Not quite enough damage, though.
I respect that he still tried. He still tried to outclick 2 heroes on the rune. A very bold move here. But LGD, you're only going to get that once on them.
That's like, look at all the scribbling box he's doing on the map here. A lot around that mid and bottom lane, and even the triangle area.
No, that was just he was making sure his mouse was working.
Ah, okay.
It's like, how did I not click that rune, guys?
Was he also making sure that his, control button is working?
Yeah, see, there was one guy here, there was another guy there. I was in the middle, boys, and I was out clicking them both.
Wow. Lincoln's up for Mickey. That is going to be a slight problem for New. Of course, he has the RB Lightning to constantly be breaking that Lincoln's to try and get Doom off, but just one more added layer of protection and one more layer that LGD has to fight through in order to get any of these kills.
Why do I say these things? I only realize them after how they come out. Why don't you stop me? Like, why don't you?
Well, I mean, you've already said it. What do you want me
That's
to say?
not the way you want to word that, my man.
I just wanted to, I just pushed forward. I ignored it. You're the
That's all you do. You just bait me into saying these things, then you just let it sit there. Wow. Like, come on, man. I need some help out here.
I'm just saying, I could have made that worse.
One day, I can't control it. One day I'm going to say something. Might get us both fired. I'm bringing you down with me for sure.
No, you're not.
Oh, I am. It's on you.
I've been through plenty of co-casters, Avery. I'll go through a few more after you're gone.
That is probably true, actually. Yeah.
Tier 1 tower going to be taken by Liquid. They seem comfortably in control as they're going to be able to get a chains hook. That's actually a combo we maybe didn't talk about. Comboing up with the supports is nice, but they actually have that
bottom tower is under attack.
chains hook combo.
Yeah, it's very nice here because there's not really any dispel or save for LGD. I mean, what is it really? It's 4 stabs that maybe come in later, or like you block it with a Naga illusion, or just get BKBs up. But this Primal's momentum has really been shut down in this game by the Ember and the Clock. 0 and 5 for NTS, and he was their big tempo setter here. They are decently far behind as Lincoln's Mickey is going to be a problem on the map. But you do not have easy ways to go on this morph. I guess you can break it with the Lightning, but the Lightning is a long caster. That's the problem here.
Yeah, and it gives Mickey more than enough heads up to, as we saw, waveform away. He started morphing strength too.
Liquid are slowly closing this map, and you look at the jungle areas that LGD controls, it's not a lot. I mean, Y has gone in deep here to try and extract something off the map. Keep this bounce going with his little kobold friend. I guess you have Doom and Midas that can also help out, but damn, it does feel like NTS is just going to fall behind because he did not find any of these early kills. So now this hero does not want to be hitting jungle, or at least if he's hitting jungle, he kind of wants to be hitting your jungle.
Yeah. They're in Roshan right now, and I wonder if why. Any chance that he knows this is possible? Through the portal, throw out an arrow.
This is a hard roach to read.
Yeah.
It's harder to contest. They're probably looking at Nisha bottom. Again, though,
arrow off the flight, catches him from behind, and can get the Doom on him.
That is just raw skill right there, boys.
Great play by Y, and securing a much-needed kill because, again, that Roshan was being taken down, so Mickey now has an Aegis.
I mean, he was out of control. He didn't have the streak to reflect it, but Nisha was 2-0 and 8 in this game.
Yeah.
Kind of unlucky for LGD, actually, that he didn't KS all these kills.
Yeah, seriously.
Good mid would do. But I guess he's just a better mid.
Like Shadow, they want to be able to take on 4 versus 5. They know an Aegis on Morphling is kind of whatever. The bigger factor is no Emperor Spirit. If they don't have to fight the Emperor, LGD very wisely will choose to take any fight they can get.
And BKB up for NTS, so that control is no longer as good as it used to be between the Clock and the Ember anyway.
True.
Pudge damage, not as effective here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Liquid
attack.
looking for their own set of defensive items. Foxy will narrowly escape, but damn, what an arrow from Y. I was literally about to say they don't have the setup for the Ember. I guess they don't need the setup for the Ember. He just arrowing.
Yeah, Nisha didn't keep his eyes on a swivel, I guess.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're gonna get a taunt out of NTS, but that is about all. As everybody in this game is kind of just hurtling towards their BKBs here. We have Zai pushing towards one, Mew pushing towards one, NTS with his up. There'll be a Linken's for Nisha, so a lot of defensive items coming out in this game. You're gonna have double Linken's BKB for Liquid here. You're gonna have double BKB.
Oh, got his BKB just in time, but it may not be good enough. He needs to get away from Zai. Cannot afford that dismember, but he gets grabbed anyway. Couldn't get through the cogs fast enough. That feels very bad. First BKB, you still die anyway.
Dire's top tower
where'd
is
that
under
token come
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
There was a tier 3 token.
Tier 3?
Under the
searing heat.
Smoke.
It was a tier 2 whatever, but maybe he had one of those kobolds or something?
Is under
I don't
attack.
even know. Maybe they killed something off a
I
shovel.
think it's kind of weird because it's not supposed to spawn.
There are no shovels.
With enemy heroes around, right?
That was very
Dire's
confusing.
top
I almost want to see a
tower is
replay
under
of that, but
attack.
whatever.
Radiant are
I'll let it go
scanning.
for now.
This is going to be like the coil situation all over again.
No. I saw a neutral token on the ground. I swear I saw one.
Dire's
Zero.
top tower
The smoke. They're going to try and catch Nisha again. They've got an Orchid.
Yeah, that's that
Very
reveal, baby.
nice. Boxy tries to respond, but the Orchid will last long enough, and Boxy might even die for it too. Unfortunately, Sticky Bomb is a little bit off, and nothing to say. Can't do much against that battery assault when it comes to chasing.
Remember, this is Liquid Aegis time. LGD are doing a nice job of hurting this period with 2 good Ember gangs.
Yeah,
one off an arrow and one off that Orchid reveal from Shiro, which is, it's going to be punishing here on Nisha until we can get to that Linken's, and it has been delayed pretty decently here. I kind of like the Orchid this game. It's going to help with these Linken's and just dealing with the Morphling and the Ember in the fight, but it will fall off at a certain point too, so LGD need to kind of stay active with the item and help bring Shiro into these fights. Another interaction they can do is, like, you can just sleep and then net the Ember out of sleep or something, right?
Sure. Yeah.
At least until he has that Linken's, it's pretty much guaranteed. So they can keep bringing Shiro in these plays, and it is pretty scary for Nisha to commit deep in these fights.
Zai is so farmed. A.K.A. Oh, nice. Creates some clearance for the hook shot. Nothing to say. Can't get out of it. Uses speed a little too late. Now he can't get out of the cogs because he's disarmed during that time. And Mickey will be able to finish him off. So finally able to put this Aegis to use. Mickey gets on the aggressive.
That was very awkward from NTS.
Yeah, a lot.
I think he should live there.
100%. Man, that was just a plain mismicro of abilities.
Dire's
Rare
middle
misstep
tower
from him,
is
but
under
maybe a
attack.
reaction of this game being...
Dire's
Okay, where is it?
structures are
Okay, the
fortified.
kobold, or the little
little
golem
golem.
is immediately after the...
Okay, I wasn't imagining things. See? Well, did you see that little golem?
I mean, I'm not sure what you were so confused about, but...
I didn't see the golem. I just saw the token.
All right.
I guess that doesn't reflect well either, but I'm glad we cleared that up. I think all of the viewers are very concerned
Very,
of
absolutely.
where that
Dire's middle
neutral
tower
token
is
came
under
from.
attack.
Everybody was asking in Twitch chat. I just checked. 14-10. Even game net worth wise. Granted, One Time does have a Doom.
Dire's middle tower
But you
has
said,
fallen.
you know, if things are even going into the mid game, you felt okay about LGD's chances. Is it actually even? I mean, Liquid certainly control way more of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower
If the
is under attack.
Primal had a better game, I think LGD's draft feels a lot better, but now I think they're going to lack damage. And I think Liquid are not going to lack damage. Like, all through their cores are going to be problems. They're going to be able to deal with some aspect of Naga in the fight. You can get a Morphling Axe later if you really want to, which Mickey is going to third here. So you're going to be able to steal stats away from the Naga, create your own illusions. You're going to have the Pudge going in that's going to rot them all down and maybe be able to hook or find Naga. You have the Ember who's going to be able to deal with illusions on the map and the lanes, right? Like, it's not a game that Naga will straight up carry. I think Naga can create confusion in the fight. You can set some stuff up with the Sleep Arrow, which is a nice combo this game, because Liquid, they don't have a save versus the Sleep Arrow.
Well, and not yet. Zai could always get a shard.
That is true, but then you can arrow the Pudge.
That's true. I don't know. I can't see it personally. I can't see how Naga deals with a Pudge that is this farmed, plus Morphling turning into the Naga, plus Ember Spirit just throwing around general aim.
I mean, the Naga won't, right? It comes down to the other LGD cores here.
Yeah.
Like, it comes down to big arrows and connections from Planet of the Stun, and then it comes down to the Primal and the Doom going into the late game with like 5 or 6 slots. I think that's when this lineup becomes pretty terrifying.
Okay.
Like, you have AoE Doom, you have this arrow off the sleep that you can't really prevent. The Lincolns don't help you there, and then you're just going with an AoE Doom, some Primal with like 4 slots, breaking people. It becomes very funky. I think that is where LGD can win this game. It's not really the Naga just straight up man fighting Liquid's cores, but for the next like 10 minutes here, it is Liquid's control and how much they can get out of this map and force that next Roshan and D-Ward, because they already have a gem up. They have multiple Lincoln spheres, so right now, these Lincolns and BKBs are really good for Liquid.
Yeah, I could see kind of what you're talking about. If PSG.LGD can like neutralize one of these dangerous cores at the start of a fight, then maybe Naga can pull through the rest. Hiding the Blink Dagger. Look at Zai. Wow. Drops his ring, picks it up. I assume they're going to go for a smoke now. What a prediction. Watched a little bit of Dota in my time.
It's land. They're going to run right into Shiro.
That is maybe just who they want to be able to run into. The song goes off. Great reaction from Shiro. So important that he does not die there, ruining a smoke gank and the Blink Dagger reveal.
I mean, that's like a 2K gold swing.
Yeah.
Literally just right off getting that song, because you're getting so much off the map right now if you're LGD, and that was a 5-man clump for Liquid that, okay, you're going to get some vision control here off the gem, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, outpost. That's not too bad. Mickey does get the steal on him through the illusion, however. That Ags is up. So these Morphling Naga illusions are going to start to cut waves and be annoying as well.
An easy shot.
Something that can help him keep up and farm as LG.
Spot it. Leap. Leap. Don't get hooked. Don't get hooked. He doesn't know where you are. You're good. And 10 piece. But, you know, not everybody can get out these 4 or 5-man moves from Liquid.
No, and LG much rather have their core survive here, as them continuing to find items in this game is increasingly important to try and contest that next Roshan, which looks like it's going to be Liquid's unless there's a big misstep on the map here. I still think their cores are way better in the 5-on-5, especially with the net worth Zai has extracted. The lack of control and disable LGD have right now. Outside of that Sleep Arrow, these Lincolns are still strong, but you cannot underrate a good Sleep Arrow, Cap. I'm telling you, you're sleeping on it.
They might be sleeping on it too. 15 to 10, 2000. No, nothing.
Oh, how's it feel, huh? How's it feel? Just get left out there to dry, like a fish in the Bali sun.
Not a whole lot of sun today, for those of you who are wondering what the weather's like in beautiful Bali. Getting that warm rain outside.
It's very wet.
I'd say the weather's rather liquid.
Boxing's rather dead.
Yeah, playing on the high ground. Waiting for somebody to be able to walk into them, and a pickoff like that will, again, stall out Liquid's timing, probably.
You know, you're finding these little picks.
Yeah,
and they're not doing it with everybody. Like, NTS was still farming bottom. He's going to finish up an Ags here, net worth-wise. Primal is a weird hero. The thing about Primal Beast is so much of the hero is based around his spells that it sometimes doesn't take that many items to be a huge late-game impact. I feel like this hero can sometimes operate with one less item than a lot of other mid-cores.
I agree with that, yeah.
And his items feel a lot better. Like, when you get them, you sometimes just go over this threshold of where you're so tanky that no one can deal with you. Like if NTS gets the Heart and Shiva's here, for example, he's kind of a problem.
Yeah.
And that's not, I mean, it's far away, but at the same time, it's like one bad team fight. He's going to get one of them. So Liquid cannot throw too much back LGD's way as his lead is pretty much even here at the 27-minute mark, right on the dot. As LGD look to contest second Roshan, which is spawned. And Liquid feel is theirs, but they're going to have to earn it.
Illusions pushing in the lane pretty heavily here, giving LGD a lot of time to be able to set up. And they have a techies too, so setting up, well, we saw one of those matches, how important that is.
FY's book here, the fireworks god, giving Planet some inspiration perhaps. Still has that sign to drop down if he wants to. But the area control for LGD is decent here with the mines, the illusions. Then you have to like maybe dodge an arrow. You're gonna randomly get jumped on by techies.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's hard for Liquid to
Did
run
they
into.
see that smoke?
I don't think so.
Minotaur's done. Great setup. But is that going to be enough? The burst, the pulling on the arrow. They got him. Managed to burst down mid-game. Now it's just free. They're going to run down anybody they possibly can. Song to ensure they get as many of these kills as possible. They'll collect on both the support. LGD, massive smoke timing and jump.
That Morphling bait did not go as planned. I mean, it's definitely a bait, but that Centaur Stomp bypasses everything, and LG just able to BKB and come in. There's no counterplay, there's no save. I actually think you won a punch shard in this game faster than you might have. And yeah, Zai instantly queues it up. I think after that fight, Liquid realized, yo, if we have a single target save, a lot of this LGD initiation goes out the window, but that is the wrong time to give it up there. As you find the opening, everything connects from the vessel to the arrow. There's some extra starfall damage to bring down Mickey.
Yeah.
It is just enough here.
And now, I mean, you were talking about the Primal Beast, how he ticks over at some point in time if he's just tanky enough. Well, now he doesn't even need that next item, maybe. With the Aghanim Scepter and a cheese, he can take all that damage, turn it back around, and still have kind of like a second life.
And DD was huge for them there. That's a very big rune for NTS to have going into this fight. Maybe the best on Primal in this situation, right?
Yeah.
That's all based on him getting that rune bottom and TPing here. So very little things adding up for LGD to connect on this kill. That's what makes a scary team is they find a huge opening in this game, take away that Roche from Liquid, and get 3 kills out of it, including that Mickey Morphling, which had gone unkilled in this game until that point. At 30 minutes, he will find his first death. But it is a big one, as he did not have BKB to save him there. He has that queued up as well.
Even more defensive items for Liquid. The Shard, the BKB.
It's a lot. It really is a lot of...
Yeah, we at some point going too much into defense.
I mean, you have BKB on Ember, on Pudge, one on Morphling, and double Lincolns, and you're going to have this Pudge Shard. I mean, the Pudge Shard is, I think, a necessity in this game, Pudge. It is a lot on like saves and defense, trying to survive initiations, which I don't know if LGD care too much, because at a certain point, they're just going to have spell damage between the Primal and the Doom to just continue to throw into you. You have this Aegis on Shiro now. Decent window to try and abuse the Naga illusions, get some more pickoffs, set something up.
Radiant's bottom tower
Foxy is glad he's off the map right here.
Yeah, he is.
That was very close.
Radiant are
And it's just a question of how much LGD are going to push it. They got a 8K net worth swing off that single fight. Bloodthorn completed for Shiro now. Dealing some damage.
Yeah, now, like, if you catch Mickey with that one, you could burst him down way faster than you did last time.
Also, look at the farm LGD supports have found in this game. It is solid here.
Yeah.
Like, that Vessel paid off for Planet. The full Greaves on Y plus a Pike coming out here is going to buff up these 3 very tanky cores. That's something to notice about LGD. We're talking about defensive items for Liquid. These are very tanky cores you have to burst down, which means you need to get your heroes in there and abuse the BKB duration. 3 of them up for Liquid. It is the golden hour here. You got to find a core connection. Off the smoke, high ground ward. This is a pretty good angle.
It is pretty nice, and they waveform through 3 of them with Zai jumping in, but Neil once again managed to get the stomp in at the right time. The Hook is going to be able to bring back the techies into his death. The Doom out on the Morphling, the Song, they're waiting out the BKB, trying to catch up to this Morphling. They finally
wearing out.
Hidden into the trail. They can't see him. Oh, they can't find him. Nothing is enough, and now he's going to be saved by himself. Before Nothing to Say came through. The arrow's going to be off the mark. They have a pretty good freezing field out too. LGD trying to get away with as many heroes as possible now. BKB teleports out, but a hook shot stops him.
They get a gem out of that. 2 supports and NTS that fight was just way too confusing for LGD. I don't know if they knew what the hell was going on. They bumped the Pudge who ate the Morphling up the hill, and then they just couldn't see him. There's no vision. Incredibly awkward there. They even got the Doom onto Mickey in the morph form, but it didn't matter.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Liquid just pushing through
Radiant structures are
with
fortified.
those tanky defensive items, making them work, finding the opening on the high ground ward. That is all it takes. Now they're the ones hitting racks, despite Aegis still being up for Shiro here. LG, your turn to find an answer as the Pudge shard. It changed a lot of this team fight dynamic. Suddenly, you're gonna have to probably find Zai. Otherwise, he just eats a Doom core, eats an arrow core, and what are you doing? You're just running out the clock.
Yeah, they do have some like AoE stuns to kind of cover that, like blast off after they hit the arrow, but it is going to be almost entirely like maybe a bit of luck. You tries to follow it up, Mickey pulled back by the hook. Boxy's going to be able to get a pretty nice cogs here, locking in a bunch of heroes, but I'm not sure if Liquid really can take this fight. Mickey is in deep right now, but he can't say new. Oh, he does! The Moonlight Shadow wears out, and he finally gets the kill.
Yeah, but what happens after?
Now, if the arrow is going to be able to mid-side, takes him back up, takes him inside of his belly, and away to safety. Nisha pops back out with Mickey. They're going to return fire here, go for the Naga Siren, go for the first light.
BKBs are wearing out. This is Shiro's second life. Do you have enough gas in the tank to take this if you're Liquid? I don't know.
Missing out on the stun, but hit him
another save.
Hit him another save from Zai.
They have to find this Pudge, man. This shard is way too valuable right now. It just ruins everything LGD want to do in these fights, which is go on a single core and burst him down with Vessel, with Bloodthorn Amp, with an arrow connection. None of that matters if the big man shows up and just devours you away. And now they get a new buyback out of that, maybe more valuable than the racks here, but they got arranged on top of it. Liquid very happy with that exchange, especially into 2 lives here on the Naga. It's going to wear out your resources, but they find it. And it's really important that Mickey gets the last hit here on you. If he walks this off, you're pretty sad with that.
Yeah.
Once again, Zai is here to bail out his cores. Mickey is dead 100% there if that shard is not online.
Yeah, they bought back on you too for this one. So that's just going to be a weak point for PSG.LGD moving forward.
Honestly, the biggest item in this game is now probably going to come down to the Doom Ags. Because the Doom Ags is an AoE way to jump on the hero you're single target focusing and prevent the Pudge save from coming out.
Right.
Because then you can create an area where he just can't walk in and get the Devour.
And if you walk between him and the Pudge, you take the hook, then you're on top of the Pudge, so you're further denying the sharp.
I feel like this is LGD's best answer to what is happening in these team fights right now. Outside of just, okay, they get like way more farm and can overwhelm the damage, but that's not happening. You got to respect the fact that all 3 of these cores for Liquid have found a lot of net worth in this game and are all significant damage dealers, especially versus the Naga. Which means when these single target stuns land for LGD, you need to convert on them.
Moment of deja vu here. Liquid
smoking
into a similar area, running into Shiro. Can Shiro get it off this time? Dismember? No, the song goes out. Once again, Shiro so quick on the fingers. Now he's far away from the base, so it may be hard for him to get here. Arrow's gonna go out, trying to stop Boxy from hitting a hook shot, and they will be able to successfully retreat back to their base.
Lincoln's doing work. As Shiro's going to look for a Hex to increase the single target focus here. But LGD, they had a decent lead built up to that Rosh, and it all goes back to Liquid in the last 5 minutes here. As third Roshan is going to be of ultimate importance. That is one you cannot afford to give up with the refresher shards for LGD. It's amazing. Ags for either team might just give you the dub. In Silver Edge completed for Mickey. Another
What's that about?
Item choice. I don't know. There's no obvious break here, right?
I mean, breaking the primal.
I mean, this item is just kind of good. I don't feel like I ever see Silver Edge on carries and think it's bad. It has built-in crit. It's a lot of damage attack speed. The extra invis in the fights is pretty nice. This can also help him maybe go in the fights and not worried about getting jumped first. Like maybe Mickey just doesn't want to be the first one gone on. Silver Edge is a good way to prevent that happening.
Sure.
Like, you can rely on Pudge save a bit, but as this game goes on and on, it will become a little less reliable potentially. This is a way to help that.
Big talents picked up for Liquid after that last team fight. Get their 20 talents, a lot more AoE damage between the Slight, the Waveform, and then longer lockdown with the Dismember as well.
Yeah, full Mjolnir for Nisha as well. That is a good charge to throw in on the Morphling, on the Fudge, even on himself here. A lot of extra damage if it doesn't get doomed off.
That's going to be a late Roshan, which does mean it's going to be on Radiant side, which is the advantage of Liquid, but I also feel like Liquid don't want this game to draw out, and they would like to do Roshan right now.
I think they want this Roshan, they want to end the game.
Yeah.
But they can take this game later. It's definitely not that unfavorable at all, but right now they feel very confident taking the fights with what is happening.
You know what's the best part is? He's got a mine inside the Roshan pit, which may have just actually procced. Yeah, he's going to flare it up. Okay, they have both flare for Boxy and mine, so I guess both teams can kind of play around the map and play greedy while still knowing when Roshan's up. I thought at first that was going to be an advantage for LGD, where they just, you know, they're obviously very spread and farming for map.
It's a nice little heads up play by Planet. A lot more confidence here to maybe contest it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
they don't have to know when it's spawned.
Like, even if LGD aren't pressured right now, it means they can farm the map a lot more greedily. And if that Roche goes down to bottom side, where they're potentially set up, that is interesting. But you have to consider the buybacks.
He set up the mines for the instant kill on the Tormentor.
Pretty nice. I mean, will this kill him?
No, mines don't work.
Really?
Well, and honestly, in about, like, if you don't see that mine die in, like, the next 30 to 45 seconds, I feel like LGD can confidently set up on that Radiant side.
The problem is the Radiant Roche's buybacks for Liquid.
Yeah.
That's why it just sucks. So I feel like they would have rather defended Dire, but they aren't going to be in position to do it. I don't think they're going to be in position to defend the Radiant one either. If they want to contest it aggressively, they can. It's just... You're looking at a potential buyback fight when you have like Doom and BKB dependent heroes. It sounds very tough. Nonetheless, the farm continuing to come in here. Shivas and Heart completed for LGD between the Doom and the Primal. So the tankiness continues to escalate. That is not an Ags for New though.
Trickster's Rune of Illusion.
To me, felt like the biggest item here.
Smoke up from PSG.LGD, then oh, the timer is coming soon. And that mine is still up, so they're saying it's got to be bottom, guys, and they are going to try and fight for it. There's the Tormentor, instant death. That's going to be nothing to say. So he can toss some rocks around. We'll see if that
nice for him.
Is actually impactful.
And also, this Hex on Shiro is maybe the biggest item for LGD in the last few minutes. If you can find the Pudge, or if you can disable the Pudge when he goes in for the save, that's extremely key.
Try and get a ward up. Did they get it down? They got the damage.
But the save
Arrow puts through. So look at that blast off shot. They managed to catch him out. Now the Doom gets placed on his eye. They want to ensure there's that saves him. There are buybacks. They've expended a lot here. Are they going to be able to retreat out of this one? Looks like the Ron is going to be dying first. Insania gets hit by the wrong box as well. Trying to go for this kill, but not overcommit at the same time. And you can see PSG.LGD have made the call to back up. They respect these buybacks. And they're going to give way to Team Liquid. In fact, TPing out entirely. Or not, actually canceling it. A.K.A.
wants to catch.
With the Silver Edge, he's going to be able to catch him out. With the Piranha Arrow, turned into that one. Gets the pick off on nothing to say. That's going to feel really bad because he does not have the buyback.
No, that is likely Roshan for Liquid here. Unless LG can make some magic happen. Mickey's just back in with this.
Just going again for the supports. Marana leaping away, and the song.
You're going to have to TP.
It saves them. It's going to be a little bit dicey here.
Not
through. Hook shot is going to be able to land, and now he's got to beware of the hook. Gets off the mirror images, but they do have a lot of AoE damage. He is in big time trouble. They've identified the real one. The illusions are gone. He's dead. Shiro. He does have buyback, but this will not be a contest for Roshan for sure.
You cannot walk off these songs. When there's hook shot, when there's blink, hook, pudge, when there's a Morphling who's turning into Marana with leaps and waveforms.
Yep.
Like, maybe he's afraid to TP there because he doesn't know where the clock is, or the clock in the song, I don't even remember. But either way, you gotta go for it. Now you're gonna lose your Naga on top of your Primal Beast. Maybe not the worst case here, since I don't think you were contesting this Roshan anyway. Still, that's the problem with this Radiant Roche. Like, that's a great fight, bro. You can't really ask for anything better. You get 3 buybacks, 2 core buybacks out of it. The Ember and Pudge are removed from the fight instantly. That Techie stun did work there with the AoE zoning, and then he caught him with the charge through from NVIDIA. That was a big deal as well.
He gets off the BKB before the Dismember. That'll help. Oh, he did not TP away successfully. The BKB just ran out, and the stun eventually kicked in from the adaptive strike.
That extra Dismember duration.
It was, yeah.
Level 20 talent here for Zai, paying off big time as you get another Doom kill. He is out for 90+ seconds here. Does have buy, but man, this game, it is falling out of LGD's grasp, as that was maybe their chance to contest, pull that net worth away from Liquid. Instead, you're going to look at an Aegis and an Ags on Nisha now. The DDD to back it up. How much do Liquid want to push this? This could be a throne here.
Oh, that was nice. Grab the Mirana so he can get the leap attack speed. Throws out the arrow. Why? Not paying good enough attention. It's fine. They're not going to go. Oh, they are going to go for that kill. Good force staff, though. And Mickey counting on the tier 4s, trying to force Mew to buy back.
Yeah, this is Liquid. They still have a 4-point buy here. They can commit pretty hard. They definitely want the Doom buy, but they might wouldn't just end the game. DD Ags on Nisha is an insane power spike compared to the last fight here.
It's like, they're going to call it quits. Take the tier 2 at the top, which I assume Mew is not going to buy back for.
At this point, no. Unless if Liquid forced zone, he would have bought. But LG are happy to give up Wrath to save him.
And there goes the buyback from Mew. Now that they've committed, they're going to try and take this fight. The Dismember stopping side, holding him in place with the AoE Doom. It actually looks like it's
got Lotus back.
Yeah, it got bounced back onto him, so he doesn't feel good about running into this fight. And Jiro's in trouble.
There's nobody to help him. The Doom can't go in.
Oh, what denied by Boxy. Looked like. Not sure what damage he was taking there, but Boxy sees the opportunity to get rid of his offlaner.
I mean, that's a dieback for Zai, so he's dead for 2 minutes here.
Yeah, I don't.
Should hold Liquid back from continuing this push. I think it's pretty scary to go into this LG lineup without the push save. Maybe Aegis is enough to continue to force it, but
I think maybe you just take this tier 2 and then chill.
You know the Naga has buyback here. You can force it out. Like, you can trade some lives for the Naga buy. You're happy with that? You are 50K.
It's dangerous. You really got to be able to pull a
look at the smoke.
180.
Look at the flank here from LGD.
Yeah.
They're going to look for the back line.
They want to make sure if they use this buyback on Naga Siren, they get as many kills as possible. And they're going to start off. Shiva's out onto Boxy. Quick kill with the arrow should be possible. He's tanky, though. The Glimmer Cape allows him to survive a while.
Yeah, Liquid are just out. This is not a play anymore. They got that Naga buyback, so they're probably happy with that.
Honestly, yeah, I think they...
Probably worth 2 support deaths.
Yeah.
Like, that's all you gave up. That is incredibly worth it here. You even got that last tier 3. You gave up a gem, which kind of sucks, but...
I mean, really, you just gave back a gem that you stole from a previous fight.
Whose gem is it really?
Because they did have 2 gems, and I assume Liquid was able to keep one of them. So maybe they didn't.
I think that's the only one. Ben, right?
No, there was 2. Boxy had 2. Oh, okay, so maybe one of them was on Invania.
Yeah.
So they actually split it between their 2 supports and gave them both back to LGD.
So that's going to be vision control going LG's way. But
that's not a 1,800 gold sway, that's a 3,600 gold sway.
The issue is LG are running out of buybacks here.
Yeah, they are.
And the cooldowns for Liquid are going to come up before theirs in a large window here. And that means Liquid can force an aggressive fight. If they ever find Naga, if they ever find Doom, it's just such a wide opening to commit for the Megas here. So LG are going to have to play a little scared, not give up these 4 kills. Ags done for New.
There it is. Finally the Ags. I was so confused when he Lotus Sourced himself on the Doom and it was an Ags Doom.
That was a good Lotus. They're going to find NCS here. He's in trouble.
Can he get the charge out? I think they stopped it with the hook shot. He's going to go for a deep but that BKB is not going to last long enough. He is indeed dead.
Too much BKB disabled.
Yeah.
That is the type of big core pickoff LG cannot afford. He is the one hero with buyback here.
And, yeah. Did get back the gem as well.
You're just going to need a hell of an Ags Doom here from you. I think it's the only thing that's winning you these next fights. As Liquid look to close out this game, Satanic done for Mickey and Radiance done for Nisha. They are hitting some crazy late game net worths.
Even Insania has a BKB, plus he got the shard earlier from the Torment.
He's a problem. He's becoming a problem. Even more AoE to deal with the dog illusion. Shiro's impact at this point is just... It's not going to be there unless the Doom controls the heroes behind who they go on. Rax is going to draw fast. You're going to have to use a primal buyback as well, which means your initiation needs to latch, or you're just going to waste it. Butterfly for Shiro, his last timing to hit here, are going to try and help sway the aggression as he has that plus triple. So a lot of evasion here for the Naga.
I mean, there's no way they're keeping this buyback up. Look at the instant hook as the both the buyback and the attempted initiation on Nisha goes out. Liquid, clean retreat.
Too fast.
LGD, what are you going to do now?
And you know, something else about this Morphling build that's paid off is he went the waveform talents here.
Yeah.
He has Spell Prism on top of it. It's a very short cooldown waveform that can go in and help clear out some extra illusions or just some heroes on the back of these fights with the attack coming through.
Yeah, what's the cooldown on it?
Mine's still bugged, so but I think it's under 7. Mine shows 7.2. Either way.
That's pretty crazy when you have that waveform attacks targets.
It's also just a lot of mobility. Like, it's hard to sometimes hit some of these spells on the Morph when he's aggressively waveforming because the cooldown's so low. Even more value on this AoE Doom to really just put these heroes in a hurt blocker.
I wonder if he puts it on the Naga Siren to try and stop the Dismember help. Or if, especially if you got like Aether Lens on Zai, you'd probably be able to reach over that dude. Then what happens if a Doom target, an Axe Doom target, goes inside a Pudge? Think the AoE's still there?
I have no idea. Doom's in from the inside. Get probably an emo for that.
You know, the funny part is that Zai wouldn't even be able to, like, because then he would have Doom on him.
Dire's bottom
And then he wouldn't be able to eject.
I mean, I don't think there's... I think if you're inside Pudge, you can't modify the game. I don't think anything that is on you or affects you gets removed from existence. Another
Not even like, you don't think you Radiance and stuff? I thought Radiance worked.
Radiance is a weird item. Radiance might work. It definitely used to work, like with the old Pudge Lifestealer strat.
Well, either way, the point is PSG.LGD have some like serious problem solving to do when it comes to how do they execute these fights. Does Doom self-doom and put himself on top of the Naga Siren and try and get in front of the hook save? Does he just straight up doom the Morphling and try and run at the Pudge? Where's our arrow combo going to be coming from? Who's it going to be on?
You deal with the Crystal Maiden.
Can you deal with the BKB sharded up Crystal Maiden who's going to be walking at you with freezing fields?
Especially if you don't have buybacks here. Like, Liquid have theirs off cooldown as long as they have some gold, so the aggressiveness is going to pick up, especially with the next Roshan, which
are you going to contest that Roshan?
It's just so damn hard. You're basically in the same position. You're going to have to contest a Roshan to Liquid buybacks without your own, with an ult-dependent lineup in a way. But yeah, that's the problem. The downside of the late game here for LGD is the Naga can't go in and man-fight these heroes. So who's doing it to get you over that hill that is your Doom is gone and your Primal BKB is out?
Right.
That window in the fight for LGD is absolutely atrocious if all of Liquid are up. It seems unwinnable almost. You need refreshers here or something. You need 2 Dooms. I feel like we keep saying we need more out of you.
Yeah, asking him for more and more and more.
He keeps finding these items, but he's also having to buy back. It's killing his net worth progression. Does have Ags here, he does have Shard. I mean, he's pretty damn farm, and multiple Trickster Cloaks up. LG there is looking for the initiation. In fact, they have 3 Trickster Cloaks on their 3 cores. A Ninja Gear and a Mirana ult. Surely this is enough to find the vision in the initiation. I don't think I've ever seen 3 Trickster Cloaks, though. That is a lot of invis, a lot of extra tankiness.
Yeah, I mean, there's some great stats on that item, even without the active.
And LGD, they're going to choose to contest here. Buyback is coming back up for Doom, so he will have it.
I feel like it's a similar situation. You need to get a fight and then get out. I don't think you can win this Rosh entirely. Song goes out.
Initiate.
What are we doing with this? AoE Doom hit. Arrow is going to be used on a box. They're going to try and blow him up real quickly with the AoE Doom. They pretty easily got him. A.K.A is going to go for the supports on the side. Beware of that waveform. Look at that freezing field, but unfortunately the AoE Doom doing a lot of work here. Not getting kills, but stopping a lot of the damage. Unfortunately, now that's run out, and now they're getting run over. Shiro, he's going to be the one. Oh, dodges the arrow. That's a nice play, but I'm not sure if he's going to get away from Zai here. They thought he went down, but he actually went up to the right into the tree. Pops a mirror image, but he's stuck in a corner. There's way too much AoE damage for him to deal with at this point. He will not be able to out-heal this one. He's dead for 2 minutes. And now Liquid don't even need the advantageous at this point to go for high ground push.
They arrowed and went on the clock over the fourth lane. I just don't think that can win you a fight here. I guess you can't arrow the BKB more. There's a chance he gets saved.
If you had the Doom already out, do you think you could stop the BKB?
No, I don't think anything stops the BKB out of Song except Disruptor ulti.
I think they had to get a kill without the Song. They had to get some sort of kill or two. Buyback is used, you Song, you just peace out.
I don't know, these fights are just, they're starting to look impossible, honestly.
Yeah, they really are.
Unless you somehow just kill Morphin at the start of it and you buy so much time because the damage is gone. There's just no damage going into the Pudge. The Ember is just renting around at will. Your lineup is run out of gas here. LGD did not make it to the ultra late game primal piece timing that existed in the game at all. Yeah, your Naga's out of it.
What a talented Zai take anyway.
Another Ags going to Liquid here, and it'll be Insania who gets it.
Okay.
Look at that. I guess they all have them.
Yeah,
so I mean, it could have gone to Boxy, but
Dire's courier
Crystal Maiden Ags, we rarely see it. It's a good one, though.
Planet, I guess, was trying to pick up a lost gem from that team fight, but still got his courier sniped out.
He did finish a Hex, so you have another Hex on him?
scanning.
It's just, I don't know. I don't even know if control is the issue. It feels like damage is now the issue.
Yeah.
Liquid have shifted it back and said, we are just too damn tanky for you. And I tend to agree. You have a 4,000 HP Pudge with Shivas in his passive. You have a 3,000 HP Ember Spheres with Refresher Ags Remnants, by the way, for Nisha. So he is going to be a ghost. All you're going to see is the burnt dust of your corpse as he flies over it here.
Yeah, I mean, he could drop 4 slides in one go. Look at Zai. Taking a little walk around the park. Enjoying the 4th of July.
Time to tear you apart.
LGD, last hurrah here. A.K.A. stares you down.
Zai right behind him. Ready to throw out the hook. Ready to blink it, dismember, save if needed.
Start with a Hex. Missed, actually hit a creep that spawned.
And he's actually dying fast. Don't get there in time. Zai, what happened?
The creep spawned on the hook.
Opening AoE Doom. This is an opening Morphling that's dead. Back to you. That's trying to get him down, but yeah, they're going to be able to run one easily. What a slip up from Liquid. And the song goes out.
I mean, are you buying your morph? Are you trying to retake this fight?
They're going to try and go for the Ember, but yeah, he can get off the Doom off of that one. They're going to buy back TP in, and LGD trying to get out of this one, but they gave it away.
No getting
They're
out.
locked down. As soon as Zai and Nisha turn around, Insania with the freezing field too, they couldn't get away from all that slow.
All primal buyback, it just came up literally in 1 second here, so they technically have a fight, but the base is dying.
Dice just going straight in, putting his body on the line. The team is just going to go for the throw. They cannot put the damage out to stop Liquid. They will take game 1.
Oh, that was incredible death by Mickey. Unlucky that the creep spawned during the hook flying out.
Yeah.
What a timing from LGD, I guess one could say. And very unlucky here, but it just doesn't matter, right? The buybacks.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. PSG.LGD's turn to ban. Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG.LGD's turn to pick. PSG.LGD.
The undying waits.
We are getting treated to a game number 2 here between Team Liquid and PSG.LGD. Now, the game 1 went the way of Team Liquid. Definitely gave PSG.LGD something to work with, though. A lot of things revealed, some things tried and tested, and on the side of PSG.LGD, it failed. The Naga Siren first phase, not successful. Of course, keep in mind that this series, if PSG.LGD win it, they are guaranteed a spot at the International. So there's a lot on the line for them. So Jawed had his work cut out for him. We're about ready to jump into the draft of game number 2. I'm joined by Jack, Fear, and Resolution. Going into this, Fear, is it indeed the opening of the draft where you would see some changes going into this game, or were there other things that went wrong for PSG.LGD?
Definitely other things that went wrong, but I don't think it hurts to make some changes in the draft. They didn't play their best game. I really feel like the Naga, they're not a team. That's the first time playing Naga this tournament, but they haven't had the best combo usages. I didn't really see the sleep into arrows or the self-doom at that bottom fight. I really thought they would get Mickey that one time, but the combo was just off, and Mickey didn't get doomed. He ended up getting the waveform off, and that completely changed the fight. And I feel like these are things you can't mess up if you play with a Naga.
All right, just maybe ban the Morphling out so you don't have to deal with the Mickey Morphling.
Yeah, but then they have Undying, which 100% win rate with as well. Uh-oh.
There we go. All right.
They got Undying, which they have a 100% win rate with.
Yeah, with that being said, though, Team Liquid overall has had a really good group stage, so the stats are going to be good for any hero, but 100% is a lot. They open with Undying Lycan. PSG.LGD does still open with the Primal Beast. They get a Silencer to go with it. They did ban out the Morphling together with the Medusa and Timber Pugna banned as well, and that does mean that Enchantress and Broodmother are left in the pool compared to a previous draft.
Yeah, and I already like the start of the draft better for them. We talked about just getting rid of the morph, and then obviously if they see the Undying first pick, you can probably pick that primal with less fear. There's going to be a clockwork as the follow-up on 8 for Liquid. So I like the start of this one already.
I'm not sure what does the silencer stand for, to be honest. Like, usually silencer to me, you either pick it for your initiation power to make it even stronger. Like, for example, you have like a storm that jumps in, you just cover the backline, counter play against it. But here with the primal beast, maybe they see something that I don't see, and also like you're not countering anything. Like, you're playing against like and Undying. It's not gonna be some big black holes you're gonna cancel on top of that as well. Yeah, but it is a strong laner, right? The silencer. Maybe they're gonna put it against Undying, which stops him a little bit from decaying. But they usually play it as a +5, right?
10
seconds I think so.
Remaining.
Yeah. And from Liquid, they're just making this solid push strategy that they love. The Lycan has been flexed for them as well, between Mickey and Zai.
I would love to see Planet play more of the damage there. I didn't really notice until later I saw, but Planet actually did 43k hero damage last game. By far the highest on his team on his techies. So just sneaking in that damage somehow, but him being on a more of a playmaker or damage dealer instead of silencer, I would love to see for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, Techies is still in the pool, and he had a massive impact previous game still.
He did. I would say he was not the problem.
Nope. We'll see if Team Liquid lets it be in the pool.
PSG.
Yeah, Naga obviously is getting banned.
Oh, there you go.
Never mind, they do not.
I mean, I'm also very confused about the silencer pick here. Maybe they're getting in their heads too much, or they just love the hero.
I think maybe like Roman said, they often pick this hero just as like a small pairing with some kind of initiation. So you'd see a lot with like Bat Rider or something just to protect the jump.
Yeah.
So in this case, they're kind of protecting the Primal Beast jump.
5 seconds
And then I think
remaining.
they probably figured like this hero might be banned a little bit later on. They just add some team fight to their lineup, and then they have second picks so they can try to construct 2 better lanes out of the next phase.
Yeah, it just feels a lot of all in on like what they want. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but ideally you want it to be good for your draft and also good against the opponent's draft, where this feels purely just kind of like for their idea of they want to initiate with Primal and Silencer's going to press global, not really taking into the fact that he's going to be laning against like a Lycan, Undying in the game. There's a Tombstone down, like global won't help you with that. So a lot has to happen. A lot has to happen here. If this Primal doesn't have a good game, then Silencer won't have a game either. We saw last game.
10 seconds remaining.
I like the Brute pickup from PSG.LGD. It's also a very big flex for
5
them.
seconds remaining.
They've shown it already, and it's just like a very robust hero in this patch, I feel. I love seeing the Lycan and Brood Mother more in these games just because I kind of predicted before going to this tournament that they're gonna be the ones that, you know, gonna be showing a lot on this major. Just purely because like all the other universal heroes has been nerfed, and these two are still like pretty strong.
Yeah. And that was a good question. If they global and Tombstone's down, you can still bunker or grab ally, right? You can't global silence a Tombstone.
I don't think. I mean, it does the global silence creeps though, right?
The Tombstone.
I don't think it's just he can't grab, right?
Yeah, but you can probably still bunker while globaled. Might make a difference this game. We'll have to see. And Liquid now they're gonna go for the Leshrac and Spearbreaker. I don't want to see the Lesh last game, but they went for Pudge instead.
What makes this a good Leshrac game?
We saw, I believe it was Abed playing Lesh against the Primal. It seemed like a good answer in the laning stage. He played versus Carl's Primal, and I think he stomped him super hard. They still lost the game, but the mid lane matchup looks like it's pretty good versus the Primal Beast.
Team Liquid.
We did see what happens if we shut down a Primal Beast early. There's not that much that he can do afterwards.
But it looks like a free Primal against mid game. They have no really good way of stopping him other than Spirit Breaker or just charging him in. Other heroes don't really do as much to stop him.
And overall, they're kind of low on the old disables on the side of Team Liquid, other than the Split Earth from Leshrac.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I like the Lesh pickup even without seeing. I mean, you see 2 cores so far that both kind of need to be in there or like in your face to get things done, and so Lesh obviously punishes heroes that have to do that, and they don't really have any. They don't have much reach, and I would say even like not that much burst to just be able to kill Lesh. So it starts to limit like some of their last pick options a little bit. So I do like this choice in this second phase for Liquid.
Yeah. If I was Liquid this game, I'd think a lot about playing around mid lane, helping this Leshrac out, because the supports of LGD, they have nothing to stop charge from the Spirit Breaker, and they're really level heavy. Like, you need your levels on Phoenix, you need your levels on Silencer. They're not going to be very good about skirmishing around this mid lane, and if you take the fight there, I think you'd have a big advantage on Liquid, whereas I think LGD, they kind of want their Primal to just be undisturbed in the mid lane and play more on the side lanes, maybe go to the Brood's lane and gank.
Yeah, both of these teams seems to be like in disables.
Yeah.
LGD lineup also has 1 Primal Beast and nothing else except that. No stuns, only Phoenix Nova. But that's it.
And Liquid instantly realizes that and bans the Faceless Void. Because it's not easy to get reliable stun from your carry.
Yeah, and that really limits the last pick options again for LGD, right? Because I love how Liquid's lineup is already sort of built around the Slash when they pick it, because if you pick like some kind of flimsier ranged core to try to deal with Leshrac, then you have the issues with the Lycan in lane or just being run down on the backline. So like I do feel like this Lesh right now is set up to have a really good game, unless I guess one thing LGD could consider is if maybe they want to flex the Primal and pick up some kind of mid ranged core that scales and will do damage to the Lesh. Because I think if you pick like a Trow or something, like that's like a little too exploitable. But yeah, what do you guys think about that? Some kind of ranged mid core. I don't know, like maybe Lina Shadow Fiend, something like that.
For Liquid or LGD?
For LGD.
I don't think they'll go.
I want LGD to pick Marcy carry.
They have done it in the past.
Yeah, I want that. I kind of want another stun. Someone that like punishes for hitting the egg. Void would have been the best for sure.
It does seem a bit greedy that Liquid decided to go for the Terrorblade on top of the Leshrac and Lycan. Like, seems like the 3 cores are gonna be farming a lot, and there's no much, you know, base making potential. Remaining. Only Boxy is gonna be like doing the heavy lift.
No pressure.
We'll have to see what they can do. I mean, the Drow got more interesting, but for Slykin, always something that's difficult.
Yeah, and the Spirit Breaker.
Troll's kind of a dead hero, but Troll versus EB and Lycan's okay. I'm still.
I feel like they need something like just Mars and go for the team fight, and hope that this Brute. But it's gonna be hard times for Brute to carry the game against Lycan, Lesh, and Terrorblade.
And I think PSG always goes for Neo on the Brood, no?
I think Shiro has played.
He's played it.
Okay.
Playing it
They can flex it.
They can actually go for a faster tempo option here because they can try to ride the early game of Primal into a faster game, which is against their usual sort of playstyle. But like you said, LGD Liquid's draft feels a little bit greedy and slow this game, so
I feel like
they can get away with that.
Doom might be a good option for them as well.
Still on the Marcy train here. I feel like playing Doom versus Lycan TB might be a little, and Lesh. It's probably not the best Doom game ever, but it is faster tempo. You want to put yourself in a position where you want to have to shut down these heroes, or do you want to pick a hero that can scale into the late game? Is pretty much what they're debating right now.
Phantom.
You may now
and they want to go for the late game, even into the Lesh track.
It's quite a nice pick actually. They only have Leshrac to stop the PL. Other than that, the 4 heroes of Liquid are pretty free for PL.
Even more emphasis, I think, on this mid lane matchup. I don't know how you're going to shut down a Leshrac with these supports. So a lot on nothing to say to have a decent game. But Nisha, he's their only hero that can deal with this PL. So he has to have a good game.
There's also not much to stop the Brute Spiderlings. Just like the laning is decent, yes, with Undying, but after Brood Mother hits level 6, the only one hero can stop the Brute is Nisha, and he has to like be around the top lane. And he also has to stop the, PL. So it's gonna be a lot on Boxy and Nisha rotations this game to make the advantage early on.
I like Liquid once more. I think this Lesh is like super enabled this game. I think he's gonna have a really good game. I think he has great like partners in this game to keep him alive and let him deal with the PL. And I just think this is a little bit away from LGD's preferred playstyle. So I like Liquid this game as well.
So Liquid's gonna get away with their greed. That's what you're saying?
I think so.
I don't think so. I think this is LGD's game here.
Yeah. How late can they? Like how early can they go? Like at what point does Liquid line up, scale in better?
I think just Nisha has to always be top net worth this game for them to have a chance. And if they somehow manage to kill him a few times, or Nisha doesn't have the best game and PL's farming up there, it's going to be a pretty easy PL game.
All right, all eyes on the mid lane then. All eyes on Nisha Leshrac to see if Team Liquid can get a 2-0 out of this one, or maybe PSG.LGD forces out a game number 3. We're finding out together with Cat and SVG.
And it is very important for them to be able to force that game 3 and hell to win the series, because top 8 is particularly important for PSG.LGD. And if they win this series, that's what they're in. They're in the points, Avery. And if they're in the points, they're guaranteed.
Dang.
A lot on the line. You're already down a game in the series.
Yeah, it's a time to show up or go home and play in China qualifiers, and then
probably
they can still make it later, but that doesn't feel as good.
Sure.
It's not like, you got him, boys.
Yeah.
Struck a blow against Western Europe.
That is actually pretty important, because Western Europe has been dominating outside of some Eastern Europe performances, but China hasn't been able to showcase that they're going to be strong enough to be able to win a TI. And it all starts with bringing down the Liquid's Gaimin Gladiators quest. Like, you got to be able to knock down one of them. And the one who's in your way right now is Team Liquid, and they're going to keep the faith in their Primal Beast for nothing to say, Avery.
I don't blame them. This hero is very good for how they draft, because the rest of their heroes are pretty damn greedy. So, like, if you would have picked these 4 heroes for LG, what else are you going to pick mid outside of Primal that can pick up the slack in terms of not needing a lot of farm to get a lot done? The problem is, like the panel was mentioning, the Phoenix and the Silencer are not very fast at playing around the Primal, and they're pretty bad on the map versus the TB and the Lycan Illusions with the Leshrac who can push down some towers. So I'm concerned. I think Liquid have, I don't want to say full tempo control of this game because Brood can do weird things, but
The battle
if they ever get in a
begins.
position where they're pushing Roshan early with a fast Helm of the Overlord on Zai, which he should have here. Down. They're in a very solid position to end this game, and yeah, 4 runes.
4 bounty runes for Liquid. They outclicked all of them, and they might get first blood.
An absolute disaster here for LGD before the game even starts, and that is not what their lineup wants to do, because as I was saying, Helm of the Overlord Lycan should give you Roche at 15-16 minutes for Liquid in an ideal scenario, and you're going high ground at like 20-25.
Yeah.
That is what the Terrorblade pick does. This Terrorblade pick is not, I'm going to win late game with Terrorblade, because it does not win late game here. What the Terrorblade pick does is it takes the Aegis and it hits your high ground at like very early in the game compared to a lot of other characters. Especially with Lycan to back it up. You have Undying for Tombstone Vision on the high ground plus Sustain, and a Leshrac who can be really tanky with fast Bloodstone +1 and help you with some Edict damage. That is what Liquid are looking for in this game, and I expect them to hit it pretty hard here, especially considering they are basically already winning 3 lanes.
This is a little rough. Because not only did you get all 4 bounty runes, but you also killed the enemy ward. So Nisha is way ahead of Nothing to Say already, and I think you've pretty much heavily outlined Nothing to Say's performance and how integral it's going to be to stopping the early game of Liquid.
I mean, he is LG's early game here.
Yeah, there's nothing else.
They have a Phoenix with 0 stuns. They have a Silencer versus Wolves. Matchup's absolutely terrible. It's like borderline unplayable for most of the game.
Yeah.
There's not even much to combo Global off of, because again, they don't have too many stuns. And then it's just a Phantom Brood who need to farm. They're going to be scary later, but for the first 20 minutes, wet pool noodle status. You know?
Yeah.
It's a lot that LG are going to have to make up here. Liquid, somewhere their coach is laughing right now.
One start would definitely be winning this side lane. Not sure if Brood can do that, though. I mean, Phoenix is all right against Undying in lane. Ranged hero has the attack speed slow against the heavy right clicks of the Undying. But at least when the Terrorblade is metamorphosed, there's nothing you could really do.
They also just have straight level advantage up here a little bit. Mickey making the most out of this level 1 meta. I do expect this lane to go better for LGD over the long term. Like Brood Phoenix scaling into this TB Undying should be very good. At some point, Mickey will probably leave. It's just, are you going to get damage done during that period? And what's going to happen to Elsewhere on the map? Planet going in.
Yeah, he did. Dove in, and Mickey almost dead, and he will manage to get that first blood. In fact, Planet is going to help deal with the Tombstone. Never mind. In fact, Mew, I think he's going to be run down here. Meanwhile, they killed Nothing to Say. Yeah, Insania did get that double kill off the Tombstone. So, yeah, I guess you got the first blood, but blood in the water all over the place. These other lanes.
This is definitely worth it for LGD up here to get the XP and the gold on Brood, take Mickey out of the lane, but what happened mid is not good at all, as Nisha is already snowballing this game, taking advantage of the matchup counterpick to the Primal, the disadvantage of picking it early for LGD. And once again, NTS is left out to dry, man. I don't know who can help him here. His matchup is not an easy one. He's getting ganked. He still has to pick up the early game for LG. It's too much on his back. The responsibility, God. There's too much responsibility.
Yeah, seriously. They gotta be able to help him out a little bit more. If he gets charged, what's he gonna do? Ask for a silencer TP?
I think it's even worse if you ask for it.
Are scanning.
Just accept your fate. They're gonna rotate wide off of the gate. It did get scanned, so Mickey
again.
Dyer's middle
He's dead again, though.
Yeah, it's they're doing a nice job to be able to run it down. Dive, plus a little bit more at a stick, but Mickey actually is able to turn it around with Insania, and they get the kill. Insania already on a killing spree.
That's just a super heads-up play by Liquid. They called the gate move, maybe up a Wolf Scout. They scanned it, and then Mickey knows to run down instead of up. Ends up getting the turnaround kill instead of gate for Y, which has been generally successful for LG. And now Y is dead.
Yeah, run down underneath the tower. Planet's going to be back into play here, but I don't think he has Fire Spirits out. He does have Blood Grenade, though, and the Blood Grenade does help to get the kill. Mew is going to be a little bit low. Stick charges will keep him over the line, though. They'll try and heal back up here.
Only level 1 Insatiable, but it should keep him in lane, and LG doing their best to fight around the one hero they can fight around the Brood here. Not a hero you necessarily want to fight around with this many heroes this early as you sap some of the XP. There's just nowhere else to go. I guess upside is Shiro gets some solo time, but solo time is not great down here versus Lycan, who just punches you back. All these lanes, small pressure points Liquid are taking advantage of, and the extra Spear Breaker roam hero that can really quickly pick up the pace. Already back to Shiro bottom. Oh, you left him alone?
Lots of damage.
I'll take advantage of that.
Shiro, doppelgangers, they found the real one.
They find the
They did. Boxy, second guessing himself, does manage to get caught by nothing to say. Who's going to go for the double here? If he can get it, fantastic. Well worth his time, but sadly a TP away from Zai, or a fake TP, will get nothing to say off of him.
That's still worth, because he's actually saved Shiro too. Those wolves are going to kill him if that charge doesn't come through. In fact, they're still fighting him here. He's in trouble. Is he dead?
Turns around, he fights the wolves, almost dies.
Shiro's in a world of his own hurt down here. I don't think this charge will be able to connect in time. But your towers are taking a beating while all this map movement's happening. Y has to go mid to try and salvage that. Very fast tempo here from Liquid. They're going to be all over the place. The wolves are going to help. They're going to give the vision,
Radiant's
connect with the charges, drop the
under
tombstones
attack.
for these fights. You're going to start forcing LGD off these lanes. Outside the Brood one.
Again, nothing to say here. Just picked up his phase boots. Will be able to jump away before charge can hit him. Still not level 6.
And Nisha is. He's just looking for the bottom gate because they know Shiro TP back here. This is a beautiful read. It's pretty much a guaranteed Phantom Lancer kill.
Yeah, no way he can really get away from this unless he manages to juke them out with an illusion.
Pretty good.
Yeah, the splitter, the TP's coming in. Unfortunately, the bash, and just again, the damage. You cannot get away from this Leshrac bash.
Triple teleport
Dire's
just
middle
to watch their
tower is
carry
under
die.
I mean, they do have level 6 on nothing to say, so he can grab something here. Nisha is going to be able to turn around with splitter, though. Nothing to say. Charges through Boxy, gets the kill, and looks to get out.
I mean, Y is dead to the wolf. This isn't even level 6 for Zai.
Oh yeah, completely body blocking him in. Planet. He's probably going to die too. Nisha will be given the mana thanks to Insania having arcane boots already off of the early kills in lane.
All these little snowball things going Liquid's way, getting early utility items, boosting up their cores on the
Radiant's
map.
middle
Wisdom
tower is
Rune
under
is picked up by Shiro, barely ahead of that illusion, which was heading to deny it. So he salvages that a little bit for LGD, but man, this is going to be a slow game from them if they ever recover it. And it's coming all down to the Brood and the Primal here. How much can they stem the bleeding, defend their towers? That's why the mass TPs are coming out for LGD. They don't want to give up early tier 1s versus Lycan Terrorblade lineup. Yeah. With a Spear Breaker can charge you on the map, that's just a death sentence, right? Like, the second Liquid have more space than you to operate.
They need a kill like this
off
real badly. Stop Mickey from getting his level 6. Good execution.
Yeah, the gate ganks has been something that has worked for LGD very well.
Yes.
Something they have abused more than almost any other team.
Yeah, well, you're talking about in game 1 how the Western European teams play a lot around mid. China has been mostly gate.
Because they created a gate from the west. Sumail took it.
That's true.
Gates are wide open, Cat.
Is under attack.
I'm waiting for the Chinese player to come to NA and revive the region.
It's an open door policy.
I'm just saying, faith beyond you. There's an invitation.
Of course, anytime, any team.
Anytime you want to come to NA and form Team Dog 2 with
please.
I got some boys waiting.
Would you, if Faith Beyond came to you and said, Avery, you're the most brilliant captain I've ever met. You assume that hasn't happened. Please, can we please form a Dota team? Would you come out of retirement?
I'm just saying you better have Kyle on your speed dial. You're gonna need new casting cards. Planet will pay the price here to a charge. The Wolves have done some work this game. As Zai has not even needed to use his ult, has made his impact felt. Honestly, the networks don't look too bad for LGD though. I feel like this game has just been all Liquid, but
yeah, considering how they're getting run over.
Something.
Yeah.
I guess it's like the Brood parry. That's the thing. Like the Brood it's a good Brood game. I don't think they have much to interact with him outside of Spear Breaker charges later with heroes with enough farm to kill him, but otherwise Mew should be pretty free. And Mickey, he has 3 deaths, right? It's not been that great a game for the Terrorblade. As much as we were talking about the Phantom Lancer, I mean, they're basically tied at the bottom here.
Yeah.
So this game there's a lot of parity in this game. LG's not too far behind, and they kept their mid-tower high HP, which was really important. If that mid-tower had gone down earlier to like some extra edicts or just Liquid bringing heroes, dropping Tombstone, whatever, I think the map looks very tough for LGD to play. But now they have this to play around. It's a decent position to hold and take a defensive fight with support ults if you can get there before the wolf starts knocking.
Yeah, and that is the problem, right? And that's the big difference between all these heroes. The support levels and gold difference is massive. Planet, he's got one dive to try and get out of here. And the charge is going to come through, hits him, can't quite kill him. Foxy actually didn't go for that one hit. He'll let Zai come back and try and get it, but no, he doesn't want to die in tier 2. A little bit too dicey.
They got the helm creep out of that as well. Zai creates another helm creep off a flag bear. Run around a bit, but that's a wasted Lycan ult. Did not get much done for Liquid. Space for the Brood, space for the Phantom Lancer, who moved his way top, and some extra gold for NTS. So this is pretty much what LGD want. They want to just react to Liquid's moves, try and get as much out of them as they can, while their other cores continue to farm up.
Well, they force a rotation bottom, and then they immediately get hit.
This is the downside. Your mid tower pays the price eventually. I think that is a tower LG would have liked to have gotten a full team fight out of, but they just didn't have the support ults to take it, as they are still lacking level 6 on both.
Okay, I don't know if you want to be up here, man.
Where else does he go?
Go bottom. I feel like they've created a fair amount of space, a lot of jungle area to take over there.
Oh, it's easy for you to say. You're not in the game.
Yeah, well, the commentators look.
You're not playing on Team Liquid, where every 3 seconds Nisha yells, "My camp."
Mine. I'm the best player in the world, not you, Mickey. Smoke up on 2, Insani and Mickey.
That voice line was about me. You remember that.
I don't think I'm the best player, but I'm better than you. Neo is going to be run into here, but as you said, without the Spirit Breaker, they don't really have a way to connect and follow up on the Broodmother.
No, he's actually pretty tanky for them to just go on unless they can get the Rush on top of him.
They're swatting at him. They do have the charge now, but you're kind of far away.
Extra bash doesn't hurt.
Oh, the extra bash plus the ultimate will get him in range.
I mean, they smoke a lot of heroes up here. That's the Lush they need for the kill. That's a good find for Liquid. That costs him on the other side. And Foxy too greedy on that rune. LGD get a small punish, but that's definitely very favorable for Liquid as they're just farming everything up. And yeah, these supports are just cruising. I mean, even Insane is just killing neutral camps with Decay here.
Yeah, they got the early Arcane boots. They got early Phase boots for the Spirit Breaker.
That's the nice thing about this new Decay, dealing double the creeps. You actually farm a lot with this hero, way more than you used to. Part of the reason he went up to that first big priority.
Sure.
I don't know, if you give a Dota hero a spell that suddenly does double damage to creeps, I feel like every time it has happened, the heroes become first phase, except Clinks.
Yeah, Clinks is still, Clinks has been having an identity crisis for quite some time.
I still think Valve hates that. I swear, like, there was one guy who designed Clinks at Valve, and they hate that guy. And so forever, they just cursed the hero.
Why would they hate that guy? Maybe they hated the voice actor who voiced him. They're like, you know what? Your hero's just never going to see play.
Yeah, maybe.
Then what did, let me ask you, what did OD do?
You talking about OD Pixel?
No.
Outworld.
I think Valve likes him.
Dumpster can?
Yeah.
I honestly think Valve is just confused with that one.
Yeah.
I don't think they hate OD. I think they just don't know what he's supposed to do.
I mean, if Clinks is having an identity crisis, OD lost his identity.
Name me what OD's passive does right now.
I don't.
You can't. Nobody in the world can. You know why? Because nobody knows what this hero's supposed to do. Is he stealing mana? Is he amping mana? Is he supposed to have a lot of mana? Are you supposed to have a lot? Are you supposed to have a little? Is it an intelligence thing? Like, is he a universal? Maybe he could have been. Are you supposed to buy 8 tools? Are you supposed to buy Ags? Is he a save? Is he an aggressive initiation? Is Mickey dead? Yes, he is. Does he wish he was OD? No, because the hero's terrible. That's why, man. The hero's too damn confusing.
Better to be a dead TB than an alive OD.
Yeah, way better than Centaur for sure. That's the thing, you know. There's always somebody lurking out you that's worse.
There's always someone lower on the totem pole.
That's right. As LGD continue to try and keep their status quo in this game, Zai pushing towards that Helmet of Overlord. That is going to be the big timing for Liquid. And it is approaching 15-16 minutes, which is right where you want it in the sweet spot for that first Roshan
Dire's middle tower.
This is where
is
LGD
under
really
attack.
would like to punish the Lycan. They can line it up. So damn hard. He's so tanky. You have Undying behind him. Bloodstone Lesh is already online. Your tier 2 is gone.
They spot him, but nothing to say. It's actually being hit by the Helmet Dom creep, so I think maybe there would have been a plan there. Okay, let's just blink and try and blow up the Leshrac, but
I do like that LG are going early support items. Like they went Earn on Planet and Veil on Y. I think this is a decent idea. Just amp up the early spell damage, play through NTS, get as much done as you can in the limited windows you're going to have it. Like here, you got to be able to try and go for this kill. They're going to commit everything.
yeah, everything.
They brought you in though. This is really good because now you can follow up on this committal that otherwise would have been very heavy.
Yeah, get the kill on Insania, take the tower. A lot you can get out of this one.
That's a nice move by LGD, and again, the early little items help them have the confidence to go for that play, especially Blink on NTS.
Sure.
You with the connection, early mech here, looking for mech into pipe. They're gonna have some auras to help their 5-man as well, and this game is not looking too bad. I think the Overlord timing is still gonna be very strong for Liquid. So like, I'm not looking at these net worths and thinking this game is going well for LGD, but they can keep finding these openings.
You gotta respect this ultimate, because your status resistance does nothing to it. That's the problem with Pulverize. BKB and status resistance are both countered by this ultimate.
And this is the type of game that LGD won out of the Primal Beast. Him carrying that 3-man hit squad in the early game while the other 2 heroes find the farm.
Right.
Because now NTS, he was 0-5 last game. He's 5-1 this game. That is a very strong difference, especially in terms of how well he's going to scale.
How are they doing this better?
He's top net worth.
He is. How are they doing this better with Phoenix Silencer?
I don't know.
Rana techies.
I mean,
these
honestly,
are fundamentally worse heroes to work with the Primal Beast, but they're playing better.
They're not that bad if you have the levels. Like, Phoenix Silencer's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage.
Okay. Well, they didn't have the levels. Not until recently.
No. But I agree, they're making it work way better than last game with slightly different heroes, and it's just about being in the right place with the
Once
right
again, Nether Strike pushes him back into Nisha.
That should be Roche. It's a bad spot to die in. I mean, there's nowhere else you can really play, but
under attack.
that's just a damn good smoke by Liquid. Exactly to the part of the map they want to be in. Helm of the Overlord done. Right on cue. Send the dragon in the pit. Oh, easy Roshan. The play put the Aegis on Nisha here. The first one, I would think. I don't think Mickey wants the first one unless he really wants to put high ground early.
Yeah, surely you've got a lot of towers still to get through. I feel like high ground is a bit of a bold assumption.
Yeah, I think you're looking at second Roche for that.
Yeah.
So I think you let Mickey just farm and get this one. Nisha, you go play around with him. Maybe another tier 2s on the menu. Outpost, some aggressive jungle control. LGD continue to try and push this to the late game with their farm. They do have the early Ags on Shiro with the Phantom Lancer, so the Phantom Lancer can join these fights. His damage output will be decent. He will probably have Diffusal before the next real big engagement here.
What do you think about Lincoln's for nothing to say? Primal Beast? Is New also going to get one?
Maybe later on. I mean, you block some of these charges. Liquid don't have another initiation, and NTS continues to just pummel people into the dirt. Liquid have not respected this Blink Primal in the mid lane. That is for sure. Giving up a lot of freebies here. And a lot of their vision is on the side lane, so they're just not seeing where NTS is going.
Shapeshift's going to be used to hunt down the supports here.
Okay, well, he's gone.
Yeah. And Phoenix might be run down as well. It's going to be hard for him to get this far away.
Do you egg?
Try and disappear into the trees, TP out. Split Earth is going to be there to stop him.
LG give up both supports to the Wolf ult. That's probably going to be an inevitable for a lot of this game. There's not much control for the summons just running in. I mean, that is the Silencer Lycan matchup. What can you do? You can buy Ghost up there, and then he buys Nullifier, and then what do you do?
Yeah. I was going to say, like, when he was talking, you were talking about the Veil. I was like, well, you could get a Ghost Scepter or a Force Staff, but it's really not going to save you against the Lycan. He'll hunt you down anyway.
Yeah, better to just throw everything out there and then yeet yourself into Valhalla. Both teams working towards their auras here. That Lincoln's on NTS, man. That is a... I mean, it feels great versus the Breaker. There's limited to break it here. It's okay versus Sunder later.
But the way he's playing, it means that he can confidently blink, like if he went BKB, right? Blink, BKB, Pulverize. Nothing stops him, except Nether Strike.
I mean, there's not much stopping him. I don't know. The one concern I would have with the lack of BKB is like the Leshrac killing you. BKB is good versus the Lesh here.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an interesting item choice. We'll see if it works out for him in these later fights with blocking the big 2 spells.
It would have made more sense if the Broodmother went that, because the Broodmother is in charge of like lane upkeep, right?
I just don't think he can really show anyway, but
Radiant's bottom
I agree.
tower
I
is
would
under
have
attack.
expected if there were a hero to buy Link in this game, it would have been Brood. He might still get one way later on. I think Mew probably has other plans though with this mech. Into Pipe, into
Radiant's
Greaves, it'll
top
probably be
tower
Hex
is
after,
under
right?
attack.
I think that is like your default build up here.
Sure.
And I mean, the Greaves and the Pipe are going to be good for LGD here. Like, Liquid's damage is not too burst oriented. He kind of went the long play with the Tombstone and the Lesh, depleting his whole mana pool. Save the initial go. The Aura's here. Let's see if it'll save him.
Yu shows himself for a second. Pipe, Global Silence going to be used. Now, the Bloodstone was also used on Nisha. Remember, he has that Aegis. Nether Strike going to bump back the Silencer. The A.K.A. not going to be able to, can they protect it actually? Fire Smell does die to the creeps. And the egg is going to successfully explode, getting the kill on Insignia. And the Slam, actually, they're able to kill the Aegis on the Leshrac. He doesn't have Bloodstone either, but maybe running out of damage. Shiro, he's trying to assault the back line. They finish up Foxy, trying to stay away from Nisha. Poke at him. Now they can commit back in. Blow, and they go back in with nothing to say to stop that TP. He'll die for it, but boy, what a great fight for LGD. A great thunder from A.K.A, but he didn't get on a hero. He went through an illusion. That means he's got nothing left in the tank except for TP to kill Mew, but he can't get that. A TP away, but no, the magic damage comes there. Zai TP is away, but he's also denied.
What a fight from LG. That is not an easy fight at all, but the egg was just in too good of a position. It bait Zai a little bit. Buy some time. You get 2 full sun rays off. All you lose is Silencer at the start, and your Brood and your Phantom Lancer have a free fight with that defusal timing for Shiro.
Amazing 2 for 6 exchange.
Yeah, that is
Aegis.
I don't even know how Nisha died so fast both times. He's just dying to Phantom Lancer and NTS.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Ags went to work there.
I mean, it's really Shiro. Like, we're looking at this fight. Shiro did 7,500 damage in this fight.
Yeah.
It is all Phantom Lancer, getting the Ags, getting the defusal. That is the exact point at which LGD want to take a skirmish, and they get it very deep around a tier 2. It's just too far to go for the egg. You're wasting a lot of this wolf form. And NTS, he has a good read of this engagement. Goes in on the back line. I thought the Tombstone was going to cause him more problems here because you still have decent duration on it, but LG just kite this fight out really nicely. Now, this is where NTS probably wishes he had BKB.
Sure.
But, hey, he got the job done, and, I mean, you can't blame him. This guy goes back in. He knows what his job is.
Man, those illusions destroyed Nisha before he could get off, before he could do enough damage to kill them.
This matchup is not what it used to be, I can assure you. It is not fun, especially if the Phantom Lancer gets to, like, Heart, Mage Slayer territory, whatever. I mean, Solo Lesh is not going to stop Phantom Lancer's game.
Yeah. A big part for me, he used the Bloodstone on his first life. Right? He has the Aegis. You did.
Yeah, and it didn't connect on anything either.
Yeah.
Also, the vessel was completed for Planet.
Oh, yeah.
Again, he rushes this vessel. Early itemization paying off here for LGD. They just need to win some of these early fights. I think they're going to be way more confident in this game. Meat is back down to 0. If you're Liquid, you really need this next Roche, and you need to get a lot done with it.
Yeah.
I guess you can scale your Spear Breaker here. Like, Foxy has found a lot of fun in this game.
He's got a lot of spiders, but Nisha's dead again. Global Sound, Supernova, they know how important this Leshrac is to shutting down the Phantom Lancer. And as you said, if the matchup is worse than before and they get these kills on him, Shiro is going to take over this game.
It almost feels like a shift from last time where Liquid shut down NTS and LGD, they are just shutting down Nisha.
Yeah.
It wasn't as much focused on the laning phase, but man, have they hurt him in this mid game. A third big death for the Lesh before he gets to that BKB and can deal with the burst. They see him, they commit everything. They know it's guaranteed. It's been a really nice committal from LGD every time, and it will give them a gold lead in this game for the first time at 24 minutes here.
Maybe the first time in the entire series.
That actually might be true, yeah. That would be a crazy stat, but this is where this team shines, right? If they can draw these games out and be in an even position at 30 minutes, I feel like they tend to win more of those games than almost any other team. So this is going to be a test for Liquid right here. Still have a decent shot to win this game if they get next Roshan and they can push the advantage with the Terrorblade timings, especially if they can get these BKBs up, because BKBs are very good versus LGD. We cannot underestimate that, right? You're bypassing both the supports. The Primal really sucks when those durations are long. And he's better than he was before, but damage-wise, you should get a good Sunder off. Nisha should live way longer. That window with the Aegis and the Wolf finishing an AC for Zai is going to be really good for Liquid, and I think that is their window to take this game if they want to take it. You go later than that, and it's going to get real spooky real fast, because this is not a 6th network primal. It is a first 2 network primal for NTS, and that is a big difference, especially with his matchups this game.
Do you think,
is under attack.
so the timing that they went for that Nisha kill, it actually works out really well, where basically their cooldowns are going to be up around the time Roshan could spawn. Do you think that is a conversation you actually have as LGD? Like, guys, let's go hunt Nisha. We're willing to use these cooldowns because we'll have them back up for a Roshan fight.
I think it's hard to think about the exact road timing, but I think they are thinking about it in terms of, hey, if we commit both our support ults for a Leshrac kill, one, he's high level, he's going to be dead for half of that cooldown anyway, and Liquid are not going to make a move without the Lesh this game.
Okay.
So you're basically like, you know, what are we looking at? A 60-second downtime? Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah. And they get him back up. Roshan is going to be in 2 minutes, but both the support ultimates are back up into play for PSG.LGD. Liquid didn't really get a whole lot done during that window.
No, they're just farming for their next set of items. It was AC for Zai and the BKBs for the other 2 cores. They're still a ways away from that, though. Nisha almost has his, but mid-gaze is going to be a long time, so
now the heart is done.
Fight without it.
No, hearts are done, excuse me. Nothing to say. And Shiro's Phantom Lancer.
That's a lot of HP out of nowhere.
I feel like heart in these sort of lineups is like a tipping item, where it's like, now you have this huge boost of HP. If you get any follow-up item after this that increases your survivability, I feel like fights are just kind of done. You just run out of damage a lot of the times.
Liquid could run into a damage bump here. That's where it almost falls to Moxie to pick it up a bit. Like, get multiple charges off, land a big ult, you can focus down a target.
Yeah.
The Breaker can do a decent amount of damage. Also has planar pocket here, which might catch Pulverize, right?
Yeah, redirect Pulverize. Again, the status resistance wouldn't save you, but still be good.
I mean, you'd rather take it off of Isha.
Fortified.
He's still looking for this BKB. Man, they are far away from Liquid. It felt like forever they're trying to get here. I mean, if Roche were up, I actually think LGD would just do it right now.
Sure, why not? I mean, you have the Supernova. You could put the egg behind the pit. How does Liquid fight into that?
I don't like they do. I think their answer would be just a rat. Because you have to remember, there's Shard up on Lycan, there's Wolves pushing in these lanes, there's the Helm Creep, there's Terrorblade Illusions. Liquid don't have to take a fair fight this game. Sure. They can split the map. LG are pretty bad at reacting to it, honestly, because they don't have mobile heroes, they don't have a box hero. The Brood does not want to leave the area where the Brood is set up. And the supports can't necessarily shove the lanes too deep because they just die to the summon.
Yeah, it seems like nothing to say might need to go back for Boots of Travel at some point.
It would definitely make their lives easier. I just don't know if he can afford it.
Yeah.
And that is something Liquid can play around. Like, they're chipping this tier 3 bottom. Zai is constantly pushing in, Mickey is pushing in. Don't have to take a fair fight.
Isn't that the, wasn't that the OG motto? Never take a fair fight. I feel like that was one of the mantras. The 2-time TI winners.
I feel like their motto
following their idea.
I feel like their motto was just like, we're gonna win because everybody else is worst. I feel like that was their motto. They go in a game and it's like best 40 minutes in and somebody asks, you know, are we gonna win this game? And Seb's just like, yeah, because they suck. I'm like, oh,
Radiant's middle tower is
I didn't know
attack.
that. Now I know that.
Yeah, we're gonna win.
Radiant's
We've got the
middle
best
tower
carry in the
has
world.
fallen.
Yeah, we're just better. I mean, that's a good motto to have. We're just better.
Yeah. That seems to be, well, Quest's motto is apparently, we're just younger.
Radiant's middle
True.
tower
Yeah,
is under
see,
attack.
that's what they were talking about in the interview. Sometimes that stuff goes a long way. It sounds meany, but I'll give that slogan to whatever team works at once. Shopify, Rebellion, we're just better.
We're gonna give up Roshan. Liquid do not contest this. I'm not even sure if you could say they ratted per se. They took a tier 2 mid.
Yeah, they did not get nearly as much pressure on this bottom lane as I thought they would. I don't know. That felt like a very dead period for Liquid, and I don't know if they're that good in this ultra late, man.
Yeah, are we missing something? Are they gonna hit some bigger timing than we're anticipating?
I mean, they are farming well. Maybe their idea is that eventually LGD runs out of damage. Because you have like utility brood, but I don't know if that's true, man. I feel like I have not seen Terrorblades win a lot of these ultra late games. I feel like the Terrorblade pick here was for the timings with the Lycan, especially around the second Roshan. Sure. The Breaker can pick up some of it. Zai is gonna start the Mana Lancer.
Also, I feel like I've watched these Broodmothers, like, if the utility Broodmother goes late game, it still starts putting out damage.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's gonna get an AC next.
He's still gonna be an issue. And like I said, this Primal is very farmed. This is not the kind of sack Primal from Late Game who never got past that heart. He is going to get past the heart.
Yeah, and you get into this really dangerous territory where you have like BKB Lincolns and then you have the 25 talent, maybe even both of the 25 talents.
Are good. Yeah. You're poking Shiro down here.
Nice choice there. Last second Banta to make sure no Nether Strike, and now Boxy's being burned out of all of his mana.
He's just dying. This is a fight LG can take.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go for it. Lincoln's gonna break. You have to pulverize onto the last rank. They're gonna start burning through Nisha's mana. Banta hit back up. Shiro's still committing though. Shiro's going for the Bloodstone Nisha. He gets Thunder to be able to help him out, but he's burned out of his mana. They're gonna keep going. The charge on through into the tier 3s. Oh, LGD, this is deep, but if you can get it, it's worth it. Nisha popping his beat, and they won't get it. And now PSG.LGD, they get out for free.
Silencer on the back to Zai, who wolfed in.
And now he's out of wolf form.
Interesting, he did not TP, I think.
There was nothing to stop him.
Yeah, very curious. Maybe he wants to hit probably, but I don't know. He'll sacrifice his life either way. Does get a support out of it, forces LG to react to that instead of the other fight. That is a big problem for Nisha. If you don't pop the BKB early, let's say you're just getting poked, you start losing mana to result to your own spells. You don't have mana for BKB later on.
Yeah.
That is part of the problem in this Phantom Lancer Leshrac matchup. It is not that one-sided for Leshrac. In fact, I feel like Phantom Lancer needs Leshrac unless he has help. He does not have help in clearing the illusions out. I mean, Zai is thinking about a Radiance here on a Lycan. That is how desperate they are for a PL solution. Right now, it is all LGD in the fight. They're going to push high ground at 30 minutes. I thought it would have been the other way around. They have really stalled out this game with some key Leshrac pickoffs. Liquid just not getting as much rat action done as I thought.
Now they're trying now with the illusions, pushing in mid and bottom, but the real threat is taking your barracks.
The lane for LGD here in game 2. They can look for more. Yeah, why not? They still have a Cheese and Aegis up for 2 minutes here. That's 5 lives between these 3 cores, even if both supports are dealing with waves.
Liquid
here, actually.
Anybody gonna show up here? Start mounting a defense now. PSG.LGD. See if they get caught. See if they fight back.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Sad fate right now, as you, the ones who wanted to be pushing LG, are getting pushed in. Shiva's done for NTS. He is very tanky.
Yeah, that's the item I'm talking about right there. You go for a heart, now you have the big attack speed slow plus the armor. You're gonna have a hard time cutting down this big boy.
And remember, all this push is happening while Y has been sitting on bottom. As a silencer, he can commit the global to help, but this is 4v5 for LGD. Foxy's gonna get his BKB forced. The poke is just way too much right now.
So, but then it
not have initiation. Shiro's gonna force it.
Yeah, might as well. He's got the extra life. Charge on through. He's gonna hit you. No BKB this time. Yule Scepter gonna stop that bulldoze. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Nice Yule pickup as well here, stopping the breaker. More control.
Okay, finally finish him off here. He has a buyback. Liquid.
Still Aegis here.
Gonna need all the resources. Yeah, you're gonna give up this second lane because of the Aegis. Looking like it. Hold the buyback.
He played this cautiously.
Oh, but a buyback now. Immediate charge out.
Yeah, they want to force the fight when it's expiring.
See if he can kill Y. Yule Scepter stops him. Yeah, the global silence to be able to turn around here. Get out the tombstone. PSG.LGD trying to get away from that one. The Scotty is slowing them down significantly here for the Sunray, and they are having a hard time with damage. Nothing to say is not falling easily. New's putting out the damage. Shear's going for the backside, finishing off the Undying. Nothing to say is going to be able to skirt on by here. The Supernova's going to be used, and nothing to say. Going to live with the pulverize the Supernova. It'll explode. The egg died, and now PSG.LGD are in trouble without that extra bit of life. Shiro is still strong though. Shiro, that's a hero you got to look out for, and look at him to get on top of Mickey. Not yet. There, Mickey gets a little bit more. Yes. He's going for the kill. He got him. Yes, but he gets the kill. Nothing to say. Kills them both and gets away. Shiro is now going to run down the rest of Liquid. There is nothing left in the tank.
NTS never turns his back on a fight, and the reinitiation beautiful this game as LGD pull it back in game 2. And a very precarious one. Like, that felt like it could have gone either way if Liquid went a little bit more away from it. And I go back to that 15-20 minute mark for Liquid. Something went wrong for them there. The way the map was being played, or the way they were
Team Liquid's turn to ban. PSG.LGD's turn to ban. PSG.LGD's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
PSG.LGD.
Tundra.
Welcome back. Deciding game, Team Liquid, PSG.LGD coming your way here at the Bali Major. For Team Liquid, I mean, Team Liquid will be nice. They get top 6. It's okay. They've been there before. They've been second at the previous 2 majors. PSG.LGD, they have not reached 9th, 12th, both majors. And they have a lineup now that they are seemingly way more happy with than the previous 2 that they played with. And it has to really show here. One more win will punch in their ticket for the international, and there's a lot on the line with that. Of course, if they drop down, they still have a shot. We're in the upper bracket, but top 6 would surely be nice. Let's see who's taking the third and deciding game. I'm joined by Jack, Fear, and Resolution. And Jack, some things need to change on both sides potentially, because it wasn't a super clean game on either side.
Turn to pick.
I think, again, I think you're pretty happy with the draft if you're Liquid. I think they had already banned the Naga earlier, and they left the PLN. I feel like they were sort of like maybe daring LGD to take it. I think they figured that they could successfully tempo out the game against PL. But obviously some mistakes there, some deaths on Leshrac as well that kind of like ruined his game even though he had top net worth. So I think you're pretty happy with the draft. Just we need to execute a little bit cleaner if we're going to play this sort of lanes into timing based style against LGD. And same with LGD. I think you're pretty happy that you adjusted with that morph in the draft and that you can get to your scale at times against Liquid. That's what you want to do as LGD.
Yeah, oh, here we are. Draft is well underway. We got PSG.LGD on second pick, Radiant side. They opened with the Broodmother and the Silencer, where Team Liquid, they had overall first pick. They went for the Pugna. They could still pick up the Storm if they want to here, but they seem to be in doubt considering that Silencer on the side of PSG.LGD. They banned out the Timbersaw and the Primal Beast, where PSG.LGD went the same route as last game, banning out Morphling and Medusa Fear. Do you think we'll still see that Storm Spirit, or is Silencer enough to sway Team Liquid away?
Team
It depends on the Storm player most of the time. I've seen Storm being picked into just about anything, and they don't really care. Somnus being one of the Storm performances I saw, he just played into like an Ember Sky. He didn't care because he had the Pugna, and he won that game. So it has definitely been proven that you can pick this Pugna Storm into just about anything as long as you are confident in doing so.
I mean, I've seen this story many times in the tournaments when there's like a broken combination, and as soon as like tournament progresses, like the later it goes, the more answers seems like fine against it, and at some point the combo breaks. And I'm curious to see if it's like the time that this combo breaks and people are not gonna be like willing to pick it as much. But you know, I feel like still these 2 heroes are insanely powerful together, and playing against Broodmother Silencer for Storm is not the worst game you could possibly have. Yes, Silencer is annoying, and you have to like buy early BKB, but it also depends on how good of a laning he's gonna have on the mid lane. It's nothing to say.
PSG.LGD's turn to ban.
We will have to see. And the one player I really am enjoying watching is Planet. Last game he did play the Phoenix. Game before that he ended up playing the Techies. I was talking about how much damage he was doing on this Techies. Like, he was the #1 damage dealer on his team, and they lost the game as a Techies. In the second game as well, his Phoenix did just as much damage as like Nisha's Leshrac, and as much damage as both the supports from Liquid combined. And I think that's something Liquid was lacking in the last game. Having a support that could do damage. Undying plus Spirit Breaker, they couldn't really find a way to make any damage happen in this game. Whereas now you have a Pugna who does a lot more damage than both those supports combined. And that's going to help a lot. And same with Nisha. We know Storm is good. We know it's good with Pugna. Whereas Lesh, there's a lot of gray area there, whether this hero is still viable or not.
Yeah, there's definitely a theme going on with support heroes having damage just because like we see a lot of this duo triple rotations with a mid player and both supports or one support making a lot of space on the map, and it's important to have that extra damage to help a mid laner make that pick off necessary. Both like last game, Liquid didn't have that on the supports. They were like in damage
10
heavily
seconds
for sure.
remaining.
I wonder if we'll see a bat here, maybe in second phase for LGD. There's obviously there isn't like
remaining.
a natural mid counter like a Quap or something, so it still has some like flex value, and it would add this component they need, just a little bit of initiation, disable, and to go with the team fight, and the obvious combination with the silencer.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wanted to bring it out too. That they need to have a solid mid laner on top of the initiation to make the silencer work even better. I'm actually happy that the Liquid decided to ban the Primal Beast this game, because if they're not willing to, pick the Clockwork again to make the Primal Beast game not as good, then it's better to just get rid of it.
What do we think about the Wind Ranger being picked up at this point? This looks like it could be the nothing to say Wind Ranger?
Most likely, I think. It's a hero that
10
lanes pretty well
seconds
versus Storm
remaining.
Spirit in mid lane. It does have some form of initiation.
5 seconds
It's a bit
remaining.
greedier. It's not going to be like your Puck or Ember. I mean, you see Liquid banned all the classic mid laners,
Yeah.
the Storm Spirit, so he had to dig a little bit deeper into his hero pool to find something that would make sense here. But this matchup should be good for him.
Liquid's turn to
It
pick.
just comes down to, he has a Brood on the side lanes. Is he going to be able to make space like he normally likes to do from the mid lane, or is he going to have to transition into more of a core? This kind of makes me believe that you might have Shiro play more of his
10
space-making
seconds
type
remaining.
of carries, because I don't know if there's a lot of room for a hard carry when you have a Wind Ranger mid and a
5
Brood
seconds
offlane.
remaining.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Wind Ranger pick, just because I feel like they need something more active when you have Brute on your lineup, and if your mid hero doesn't provide very active rotations, then it's gonna be a very static game. And with Liquid, with the Storm Spirit loves the static situation on the map, so he can just rotate anywhere and make a pickoffs. And Wind Ranger is usually a very good pickup for Storm as well. As soon as you get to the Orchid, and Wind Ranger doesn't have BKB yet, it's gonna be like very easy to jump on him.
Now you're playing versus Rupture as well, which isn't great, so maybe you think about pivoting the Wind Ranger to position 4. Could be an option that they're considering. But then, yet again, it comes to what's left for the mid lane that's actually going to feel like worth it to pick it this late on. So it gets a little difficult, I think.
Yeah, they could even switch things up and try to play the Brute as carry, right? Going a little fast.
They could, yeah. I've yet to see that. I know if he's done it, but I haven't actually
10 seconds remaining.
What would you like out of the carry spot if they're trying to, like an Ursa or something? Like, what would you
5
like this game if
seconds
they're trying to play
remaining.
faster?
trying to play faster. I don't know if Ursa's the right answer out of his heroes that likes to play fast. I mean, you always have to bring up the Clink. He does like playing that one pretty fast, but it's not Ursa, Lifestealer heroes that are good versus Bloodseeker, Faceless Void.
I don't like picking core on this slot for them. I mean, it's either they're gonna pick a new mid and put the Vendrenger 4, they need to pick a position 4 hero right now. So they have the counter pick for the off lane.
Yeah, you could pick 4 mid, counter pick off lane, or if you really feel like you need the Faceless Void, that hero with Wind mid could be good. But then again, like, yeah, you're gonna get counter picked if you do that, so you have to be very confident if you pick a core here that there's only 2 bans you need.
Well, they got some time to think about it.
I'm just curious on what they're gonna do with this Wind Ranger. Is it just gonna be stuck in that mid lane, or are they gonna pick something new? All right, so it will be it could be a carry Wind Ranger too, but that doesn't really solve any of your issues.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing. If you put a carry, you put it mid, you're still not good versus Bloodseeker. You're still missing that kind of initiation you need.
10 seconds remaining.
We haven't seen a lot of Rangers recently, just because of the, I think
5
because of the
seconds
stats nerf,
remaining.
right? It
Yeah.
became a little bit weaker, that's why people don't pick it as much anymore.
PSG.LGD's
I think
turn
the hero's
to
been
ban.
figured out a little bit as well. I remember in pubs, this hero was just like, had a crazy win rate across the board.
Yeah.
But then it went into just the DPC, I believe, and it just wasn't winning any games. And then it got nerfed on top of that after it, so it's really not in a
10
great spot for
seconds
competitive.
I mean, I'm usually not a big fan of a carry heroes that can only
5
target
seconds
one hero
remaining.
and that's it. Like, it requires ultimate to be able
Team
to burst
Liquid's
heroes,
turn
and
to
as soon
ban.
as it's out, then what do you do? Like how?
Yeah.
Like the damage transition from like having ultimate and not having ultimate is like crucial. Super big.
And if you're based around your ultimate as much as a core Wind Ranger, then you're gonna have a tough time with the Bloodseeker. You're gonna get ruptured and everybody's just gonna run away from you.
Yeah, Fucker can also save your burst.
Turn to ban.
That too. They'll still ban out the Faces Void.
That was a necessary ban. I mean, Jug, Faces Void. We talked about the Ursa, Lifestealer. These are Morphling. These are heroes that come to my head when I think of playing versus a Bloodseeker carry. If you can just
10 seconds remaining.
be able to get ruptured and still have some type of mobility,
5
it's quite
seconds
nice.
remaining.
And all those heroes outscale Bloodseeker to a point.
Team
as well.
Liquid's
What do
turn
we want to
pick.
see on the side of Team Liquid? What boxes are they not ticking yet? And it seems like we're looking for a hero for Zeiss.
Yeah, they need Psy hero. Maybe a bit more team fight control
The
would be
Aura
nice for
carrier.
them.
With Auras.
I don't know if
Yeah.
Underlord works. It's something like that.
Mars, is that?
I think Underlord is amazing. Because they need some answer for the Broodmother. They
10
still don't have it yet.
seconds remaining.
They have
Mars is
decent
good,
laning
right?
against it. What?
Mars?
Mars
5
would be the one,
seconds
yeah.
remaining.
Mars is a strong lane. They banned Jack and Void for the Mars as well. So I think they're looking for it. Definitely.
A beefy, tanky boy.
Good versus Wind Ranger as well.
They need to be careful of the
Oh,
Ursa.
Tide. Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound disappointed with that one.
You do.
Yeah. I mean, it's also a good answer for the Brute. Just because you can put it there and just stop the Brute pressure. But I think they can
10
get
seconds
Monkeyed
remaining.
or Urset.
That's
and
the
that's-
Monkey Lifestealer. Those are.
It's gonna be a
5
tough one,
seconds
I
remaining.
believe, for the Tidy.
There's a Monkey Lifestealer. Do we have preference amongst those three?
I'd love to see the Monkey. I think it's an amazing game for Monkey.
I don't fear doesn't really like the
Yeah, it's too risky for me. I hate seeing Ursa too though because it doesn't do well, and Lifestealer has issues too. Monkey has the earlier timing. You can probably almost guaranteed win the lane.
Ooh,
Select your
what is
hero.
this?
That means we're getting
Carry
Carry
Brood.
Brood, which doesn't seem good versus Tide. But
That means we're getting a new Enigma.
No. Oh, okay.
Shiro's playing the Brood.
Yeah, carry.
No, it's Midwinter.
Yeah, we talked about this possible flex earlier on, and that's interesting because this is a little bit. This is usually not what LGD would go for, but I like that they held this flex to have like a better lane and maybe actually have some tempo against this. This is interesting.
I'm not a big
Interesting in
fan
a
of this.
good way.
This is a ultra not interesting in a good way for me.
Uh-oh.
I think LGD's lineup here does not look good.
Yeah, I think they kind of shoot themselves in the foot by picking Enigma and putting Mother against the Tide,
10
which already is
seconds
not a good
remaining.
lane.
This is you guys are painting a grim picture here. So
5
what was the
seconds
thought
remaining.
behind doing this for PSG.LGD? Why is the Enigma? What was it worth making that swap by putting the Enigma on the offlane?
I'm trying to figure this out because I don't know, because Bloodseeker's pretty fine versus Enigma too.
I
You
think
just
so,
have to
too.
get an extra point in your W. It does pure damage to the Eidolons. You got a Pugna who can also deal damage to the Eidolons. And that's how you win your lane is Enigma offlane. You play on your Eidolons, and if they can't kill them, you punish, you get all the denies. I feel like they can't do that.
Yeah, and Pugna is pretty good against Enigma on the lane as well, I think, with the Blast. So I'm not really sure what they're trying to achieve. Maybe more pressure from the offlane, but Brood was already good. As soon as you get to the 6th, you could just like pressure from that, but I'm not sure.
I feel like they think if they just survive Liquid early on, they can totally just take the bigger team fights late in the game. I feel like that's kind of what they're going for here, but you guys think they got there? Or do you think they will get there?
Well, there's only one way to find out, Jack. We have to play this game out to see what will happen. Will PSG.LGD punch their ticket to TI, or will they have to try their chances in the lower bracket? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
That's right. So we got a Shiro Broodmother, which I think the panel gives plenty good analysis, and I think we're going to try and do our best to keep up. But I will say, I mean, this is probably the Broodmother carry expert. LGD is the team who have played it the most, so I just know about it. I'm just going to keep an open mind and see if it works in this game. Because half the time I see Shiro Broodmother, I'm just like, I don't think this is going to work, and then it works anyway. So
I don't know if that's the issue. I have full confidence in his Brood.
okay, what is the issue then?
Actually, I don't really have an issue. I think it's...
No, everything's fine then.
Yeah.
Everything's hunky-dory. All right, LGD, perfect draft. Good job.
I mean, the Enigma pick is a pretty big wild card. I think Monkey was the go-to there. I think if LGD take Monkey, You have a Monkey Disruptor lane versus Tide. You have a really good Wukong gang. There's not much for Liquid to deal with it, but I think maybe part of the
gang. I like that.
Part of the stuck on lane. Part of the okay,
accept this honor on behalf of storms everywhere.
Part of the issue I think LGD was looking down was if you have 3 cores in the Brood, the Wind Ranger, and the Monkey, who all need to right-click enemies.
30 seconds.
Does like Anchor Smash, a Mobile Storm, a Pugna Decrep, and
Reactive Taser.
Yeah, Taser kind of just have too much value for Liquid.
Okay.
Like maybe they felt like that was just overkill, right? And they wanted some more scaling spell damage, another vehicle to lock down the Tide Hunter in the Black Hole that is uncounterable here in theory by Liquid.
Sure.
Like decrepping someone in Black Hole or tasering Black Hole is not nearly as good here. So you're splitting some of the burden in terms of damage output from LGD. That part I think is a cool concept that they were going for. But I do think the draft with the Monkey looked a lot stronger and just overall better lanes and better setup. We'll see if they can make the Enigma pick work. It was very last pick here, so you gotta have some faith in it. Okay, he's gonna take a bunch of damage, but First Blood did go the way of Nisha, and that is a very good hero for Liquid to get it on, as the Storm is already storming ahead of nothing to say. A familiar sight as he got 4 runes last game. Once more NTS. The responsibility is back on your shoulders to step up, my friend.
Yeah, 3 bounty runes too.
Dire's middle tower is under
So it's pretty much, if anything, this is worse than last game.
Yes.
For NTS specifically, it is a worse situation than any of these series. So he's going to have to do the biggest step up he has had to do.
Honestly, one of the factors also might have been that you played Enigma yesterday and went ham sandwich. Like, he carried the hell out of that game. He was highest net worth for a lot of the game. He went Helmet Dominator, Pipe, Blink, Grease. So he had the similar aura bind that LGD are looking for, but it gives you extra tower taking early on and some extra scale in the Black Hole that doesn't have good answers here from Liquid. So maybe LGD just have insane confidence in use Enigma. Maybe they've won 10 scrims with it too, and they're like, oh, we got a great Enigma pick and a great Enigma game. Like, we're going to take that over some slightly better carry, where Shiro's still going to do carry things with the Brood. And I think the Brood carry might be good versus the Bloodseeker in the late game. I
like the trade-off of your own sustain.
Yeah, like maybe
scaling
you can
damage.
match him. I'd say that dubiously, because I don't know if anybody really matches Bloodseeker in the late game in terms of like Blood Rage with Blood Mist, with Thirst, with the extra barrier, like Abyssal and all that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Brood is just gonna toe-to-toe win versus the Bloodseeker. I don't think almost anything does, but you might be able to do pretty well in the mid game and like do early Roshans and take it to him with some extra insatiable hunger.
Yeah. Stealth going to be used here. This is a pretty annoying harass lane you got going on here. Gush into techies, so A.K.A. is going to be powered up a lot of the times, which means easier to kill those Eidolons like they were talking about on the panel.
I don't think so.
He was going to have to watch them. Liquid, I mean, like you said, they got 3 runes, they got First Blood, they're already ahead in 3 lanes. And power up the Thirst, it's just going to continue to make it stronger. You can get stacks up for the Tide. That's kind of the final piece of the puzzle here, and you're just going to be free farming if you're Liquid, which means you're setting yourselves up for a very good position to snowball with the Storm Spirit. Just play through him. You have Pugna Storm. Got to remember that that strategy is still completely online for Liquid and not dealt with too much here by LGD outside of, okay, you have the Silencer counter that we've seen a lot. But the rest of their heroes are not great at dealing with Storm's mobility in the mid game until maybe Brood disables come out, or you somehow get to the Gleipnir on NTS, I guess, would be like you could rush it.
Yeah, this is, that duo is super concerning when you win lane so hard. Shiro, yeah, he's going to be caught by the blast off here. Had a fair amount of heal, turns her back around. The extra bit of lifesteal, can trade hits okay. He's pretty much going even while doing damage to Liquid, so
yeah, but that Thirst powering up A.K.A. on the other side.
True. Look at all those Eidolon kills. Whew. Sania just raking in the gold, man. He's got 11 CS. I'm sure all of it is Eidolons. Planet. He's going to die here. Glimpse back. Is that going to be enough? It is. Enough to separate the two of them. Yu's going to take a lot of damage, though, now as A.K.A. goes for that one. And Sania's low, and Sania's going to get the kill on Planet and walk off the blood grenade. No problem.
Had a bunch of regen fly in. So Insania is owning this lane. as Liquid are winning all 3 here heavily. The early game of game number 3, turning it up a notch and abusing LGD in their weakness. This is what I think if it happened game 2, they'd win that game, but LG were able to stem the bleeding by playing through the Brood. They can play through the Enigma in a similar fashion a little bit, but I think it's definitely harder. Zero comes on slower, his ult timing is not as good. It's a way more cooldown dependent hero. I don't know how much the Helmet Dominator is going to do for New in this game either. Like, if you can force the Bloodseeker off the lane, maybe you're happy, but can you transition into anything more?
Zero might be in trouble again. This time he doesn't have those magic wand stacks. Cutting through the trees.
Try turn with level 2 and Hunger.
He's going to turn the heal. It's outdoing it. Now he has to fight Zai, though. Boxy gets far enough away. The Sticky Bomb's going to latch, and I don't think he's going to out-heal this.
Nope. Another kill for Liquid as they continue the shutout here. This is why the pre-lanes matter a lot. They just set themselves up well, taking full advantage of it. It's going to be that hammer for Zai. So if you start bleeding more kills down here, suddenly this Tide's going to be taking your Brood Tower. Yu is not doing much better.
Fight A.K.A underneath the tower. Planet opting to go for the later glimpse to be able to get the turnaround kill, but not even that's going to happen, actually. Mickey is going to commit the correct to save him from the tower hits. Very smart, and Mickey should be able to get the last hits now to heal back up.
And Liquid destroying this laning phase. Absolutely taking it to LGD here. This is the biggest lead you've seen by far in this series. 3K at 5 minutes. That is significant, especially when it's a last pick Enigma who's just straight up eating on the lane.
Yeah, he's giving away a lot of Eidolons.
A lot of XP on top of the Eidolons, the kills. Insania's 4.5. This is ridiculous. Gotta stop this somehow. Who's gonna stop it?
Well, it's going to come down to nothing to say once again, and very important to be able to secure power runes for him. They're going to go for the top one, and nothing to say does get it. It's going to be shield rune, and he's going to use his first focus fire of the game to shoot down Insania, though maybe a trade-off here is why. Nope, they have a disruptor. Planet was also here, so Nisha quickly skedaddles.
I guess it'll fall back to NTS, right? Make some plays on the map, get his supports back in this game. The responsibility goes back. The responsibility got, and LGD 3-man mid at a good time, get a little kill out of it, but that's a big skeleton to take down as he is doing a lot of work top end with a decently high level. Now they're going to rotate 2 heroes top. I don't know if Nick expects this to ult on NTS.
Yeah. No focus fire, but just a shackle shot plus some damage might be enough. Mickey's trying to heal his way to victory here, but a glimpse back will ensure his demise.
Nice rotation. They're really bailing out this lane. Like, that is so much extra XP for New. He was not going to find anywhere else.
Radiant's middle tower
Well,
is
as
under
bringing
attack.
Planet some more too. They're going to go gobble up a Wisdom Rune and NTS straight back to mid. Doesn't even miss too many creeps here. Pretty efficient rotation. Gets both ranges. He is having a decent recovery of a game here for his team. When LGD needs somebody to step up, it has been him.
Time and time again.
The other thing is you're bringing attention from Liquid away from just that static lane phase that was working so well for them.
Sure. Yeah.
Now you had the Pugna die once. Boxy didn't find Shiro again bottom as the Brood has survived to level 6 down here and got a bunch of soul XP. So these other little things are also catching up for LGD. That 3K lead down to 1, just like that. A couple Wind Ranger rotations.
And the first bit of spiders are going to come out. Not something that you can really use aggressively against the Tidehunter, but you can do things like just farm up a bunch of neutrals, cut waves against him. There's ways to play around it.
Farm rate increases your presence. That's a world where carry
blast off an 8-minute power rune. Only hitting nothing to say. He's going to turn around quickly with the focus fire and blast down the techies. He will similarly die, though. Is Nisha able to do far too much damage? They get a 2-for-1 trade-off.
That rune contest not going how LG wanted it, as Liquid finally bring everybody in the perfect rune for the blue boy. Blue DD.
Yeah, a double damage because he doesn't need a regen, doesn't need an arcane rune when he's got a Pugna behind him.
You don't need anything when you just slap somebody down for 200 a pop.
That's true, and he's going to try it again here. Make his first rotation of the game down to bottom, where Shiro is currently farming away.
Kill the Brood with the Ravage into the hammer plus the Storm follow-up.
Radiant's
If they hit this move, it's really nice for Nisha. Either way, they're going to get a lot of tower damage because Pugna's so high level, he's running around fast and stuff. Already have our game moves up. So So again, a very fast game from Zania.
Radiant structures
Going up to
are
for sure.
fortified.
Putting in some work with the laning phases in the early game.
Radiant
Some momentum to Liquid, which they'll turn around and turn into objectives here. An extra gold for the Storm.
One thing I like about this, notice is that whenever I see the carry Broodmother, I don't think you really care too much when your safe lane tower dies, right? Because Broodmother takes over and pushes out the lane so well anyway, that I don't feel like it's as big of a loss for compared to many other carries.
Definitely not the worst. I remember that game we saw Ramses play this, and he lost his tower pretty early, and then he was his highest net worth.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, the hero can definitely just find the jungle no matter what. There's a tide down here, though. It's going to be a lot of space for Zai. And if Zai starts taking camps with the hero, then you're in trouble. Quick little suck into the lead.
You blew it!
This duo is getting a lot done now. Sania Pugna plus Nisha Storm Spirit comboing up to get kills and keep looking. Never running out of resources.
And you know what?
Power Rune? Ooh, it's bottom.
Yu has decided this game is not going to be a fast game for LGD.
He went backhand to Midas.
He is going for the Midas. That is right. He has given up on his Helm of Dominator push dreams. This Midas isn't too greedy, though.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Meteor Hammer Tidehunter pushing away your towers. He's going to go mid now.
It's just going to be an undefendable tower for LGD, I think.
Is under attack.
The problem now is, okay, the Brood can suck up some of the space, but Liquid are going to have a lot of room to play with this Storm Pugna combo. And you don't have a lot of heroes that naturally want to clump this early for
Radiant's
LGD.
middle tower has fallen.
This feels like it's Nisha's game to run away with if Liquid can continue to find the momentum.
Dire's top tower is under
Just
attack.
combine the Pugna with the Storm, keep getting pickoffs. There's another instant smoke up. They're probably looking for New up here. Even if they just kick him out of the area, Tier 1 is still up for Mickey. It's going to be more farm for him as all three Liquid cores pull ahead a lot in the last few minutes here and really extend that lead.
Dire's top tower.
Go for the tower last hit.
Denied.
Mickey snags a deny. So finally, PSG.LGD is able to take that tower, but they don't even get a full bounty
Dire's
for
middle
it.
tower is
This
under
could feel
attack.
quite bad.
They
And once
did
again,
that move though.
yeah, there is a painful window here where you just don't have level 6s on your support.
Nope.
They're even smoking up without those level 6s.
Whoa, what I
Storm.
do? Over here!
Yeah. So what are you doing?
Yeah.
That just feels terrible. But... So they read the Nisha move well, but then they kind of just ran into it anyway. A little awkward. If you have global there, you can use global.
Yeah, if you have static storm there, you can just static storm. Ooh, got neither.
They'll have to settle for the Midas flying out to Mew and backing him up here. Try and invade deeper into Liquid jungle. Damn it, they aren't finding a lot of farm right now. Sports continuing to farm up the waves as well. Both have the level 6 already online. Nice one for it now, but a little too late. You just don't have the tier 1s to operate around anymore. This is where Wind Ranger kind of suffers compared to a lot of other mids because she can't farm jungle as efficiently.
Gold for me.
Like, if NTS is not involved in the fights, involved in some pickoffs, getting power runes, you're just going to fall behind, at least during this period.
Invisibility.
That is going to be very long, far away.
Three to 7, 5,000 net worth lead. I'm not going to touch that
Yeah,
one.
oh, you didn't want to? Okay, fine.
Trying to work towards that Echo Saber on the Shiro Broodmother, but it gotta get spotted. Oh, they know he went and left. He should have thought about following him here, but I think they got a successful scan on somebody. It's why. Spot him out with the Meteor Hammer hidden in the way in the trees. Still not level 6. 5.5. Massive difference between the support levels here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wind Ranger is not doing what that Primal did in game 2. That for sure. NTS is not able to just drag his support back in this game single-handedly, at least completely. So it'll have to be up to LGD to find farm on their cores while Liquid continues to just out-efficiency them on the map and put their kill threat to the test here with the Pugna Storm continuing to power up. Witchblade done. Full target damage is significant. The hammer is still going to work. There's not a lot of room to go here. So the lead has
Dire's
been
top
stagnated.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, a little bit. But I feel like that's only because Liquid isn't able to take more towers just yet. Or other objectives. Roshan is always on the table for them, I think. May not have the best team at doing it, but it feels like they're far enough ahead.
I mean, let's say this game stays like this for 10 more minutes. Are you confident in LG's build?
I think so, yeah. I mean, that'll be the time we get BKB on you, so that's pretty massive. We do have level 6 on the supports.
That could be what LG are thinking. We're a little bit behind, but in 10 minutes, if we're still the same little bit behind, do we care? We have BKB Brood, BKB Enigma, Gleipnir Wind Ranger.
Yeah, but you can't keep the status quo, I don't think.
Well, what happened in
Liquid's gonna do more.
What happened in game 2?
What happened in game 2 is nothing to say. Actively went out and shut down Liquid. I feel like
if Liquid give up some key pickoffs.
Yeah, Zai might be one of them here. Ravage is going to be used, hitting all 4 heroes, but they're going to keep chasing after him. Feel like that was not a great Ravage, to be honest. It hit a lot of heroes, but you are in there deep, Zai. You are next to your tier 2. I don't think you're getting away from that kind of chase.
The only reason I bring up that type of concept is because I feel like what happened in game 2 is something I would like. You'd have to sit down and watch the replay to figure out why Liquid ran out of gas in that game. But I'm not gonna lie, I feel a slightly similar thing happening here. Where like Liquid had this lead out of lanes, and LG are just kind of stalling it, and the Storm is not continuing to build the momentum. Nisha's still in a great position. He's still 4-0. He's building towards BKB. But I'm just looking at LG climbing this ladder. It's not like a lot of those other Liquid games we saw where they were dominating the group, where they just ran away.
Sure. Yeah.
So LG they're pretty good at stalling out this map, putting up a brick wall, not giving you a lot of openings. It's one of the strengths of this team. I wonder if Liquid are just having troubles pushing through that. Normally, I feel like they would just be up 10K right now. All right, this game is over.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with their next round of items. Double supports, global silence instantly being used. Can they get the punish here? Static Storm, a lot of damage, but a lot of tankiness on this guy. They can't actually kill him. The Crepfire's going to be used. Mew trying to catch up. More mines going off, maybe, but not quite good enough. Black hole onto Mickey, but Nisha zips through him to get the kill, and Mickey lives as a result. What a turnaround there from Nisha. She was here to try and get some sort of cleanup, but it's 4 heroes dead, and Liquid, well, they hit their timing now. They've got a pipe on the Tidehunter. They're going to get that BKB thanks to that team fight from Nisha. I don't think Liquid's going to get stalled out.
If LG brought everybody to that can go an entirely different way, but Liquid just outnumbered them at the start. And you have to preemptively throw the global because Nisha forced the fight. He's way too tanky to go down. The reinforcements from LG not there in time, and heals come through. This Pugna is a big problem in this game if you cannot kill the hero during the global duration.
Yeah. And that for me was the big difference between this game and like the pickoff they got on Zai. LGD was getting kills on Liquid's side of the map. Whereas here, I think the only kills they can really get a lot of times is reacting to what Liquid does.
There is some truth in that. There's going to be a lot of space for Liquid because of that. And we saw the tip come out for Zai. That was a...
Zai tip?
Zai got tipped.
Oh.
Radiant's bottom
tower
is under attack.
Happy to win that fight without you, brother. Hope you're enjoying the free farm bottom. And I said, yes, I am. Thank you. Very quiet down here.
I thought you said that Zai tipped somebody else.
Damn. I'm saying that was a fight that Liquid didn't have Ravage, didn't have their fight at.
Yeah.
That looks even worse for LGD if the support is there to bail out the Storm. One Storm has
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a big problem for LGD. Yeah. Your static storm is gone, your silencer is potentially gone.
Dire's top tower
I'm worried about these supports for LGD having impact in the game versus what Nisha has been able to create here. This fight is so close. This is one of those like series determining fights, right? You get a couple hundred HP and damage either way. That looks very different. Little things adding up, little runes, little kills.
The Pugna isn't there with the direct fire, the heals against the focus fire of the Wind Ranger. You kind of saw what you were talking about, like if all of your damage is forced on attacking somebody against this much that can stop that. Anchor smash to Crepify.
Feels real bad because then you just have to push towards Nullifiers.
Under attack.
You're already so dependent on Nullifier. Gee, they fall farther behind here. I guess their hopes and dreams for a TI through this upper bracket are now on a BKB Enigma. Doesn't even have Blink yet.
Neo's gonna have to do something fantastic
to be able to turn them. These are only BKB answers. What else is stopping Storm and Bloodseeker in this fight? I'm not seeing it. It's not that easy to catch a Storm in a BKB black hole. That is kind of just got to be like a psychopath to throw it and hope it hits.
Well, he'll have a chance to do that again here. 5 seconds as it comes back up. Shiro running out of space. Shiro might get caught by the smoke gang. Shiro, he's in trouble. Global silence, but he can't out-heal the damage being done.
His BKB was flying out. That is
Dire's
a
middle
perfect
tower is
time
under
to
attack.
smoke for Liquid here as they find the carry before his defensive item. LG continuing to get routed on this map. This is the type of momentum I was expecting from Liquid earlier, that I guess just took them a little longer to find the items and sustain to look for it, but now that they're finding it, this is where their lineup shines. There isn't the control for the Storm. It's a 0-death game for Nisha right now. He has a lot of heals and support behind him. Aggressive Tormentor's heal. Guard for the Pugna.
Radiant's top tower is under
Hammer in the
attack.
towers, man. There's been a lot of building damage coming out from Zai.
Yeah, he just keeps on planting himself in front of LGD. And LGD were supposed to have like kind of the team fight answer to the Tidehunter, right? You have 2 different disables that you can put on the Tide that he can't just, you know, crack and shell off and get off Ravage.
Radiant's top
right?
tower is under
Black hole and a
attack.
static storm.
The interactions are not there.
Yeah, the interactions aren't there because I also feel like maybe the damage isn't there.
In a static storm?
Yeah, I don't think so. Not with like the buildup.
What about this
Zay
smoke?
has?
The gate technology.
Yeah, but he's got a BKB, so they have to lead out with a stun. They cannot static storm him. Let's get close. Shackle first, landed, and black hole. Great kill.
Radiant's middle tower
Get the
is
hell
under
out.
attack.
Yeah.
Move. Out of there, boys. Good luck. Well, the gates continue to pay off for LGD. That has been the one thing working.
TP on him in, immediately jump out from Nisha. Nothing to say, launches down, and Shackle shot. Gets out of there. The wind run doesn't get out of there. The Ravage followed up, and Nisha commits all his mana for this one, but it's well worth it. They're going to bring down 2.
He had shield rune on top of the suck here, and that's just too easy of an initiation for Zai. And A.K.A now tips Nisha back. You guys are having a ball.
Radiant's
LGD apparently a little bit too certain that Liquid was going to move up to top lane. A very aggressive TP back from nothing to say. Didn't TP himself like behind the tower or anything.
Has fallen.
I think underestimating how much Liquid are just going to dive in there when they know there's no black hole, there's no turnaround. There's no way the brood's there.
Top tower is under
Like, you
attack.
can't show an aggressive wind run like that, too. If your wind runs out, you're dead in this fight. This step by NTS will cost LG another objective as a tier 2 falls to the hammer. Slowly crushing their dreams.
Literally hammering away at their base bit by bit, and now they're going to turn their attention towards Roshan. LGD, not a Rosh they can contest.
At this point, you might train for like up their axe or something. I don't even know. It's looking rough because the timing with this Rosh is going to be really strong. You have the fight from the Tide, Bloomer on the heels, Reeves on Boxy. Liquid is really gearing up to push this advantage. They go high ground really easily in this game with the amount of they have. The only thing you're really worried about is disengaging and getting glimpsed back. But if you never have to disengage, what are you really worried about?
That's pretty interesting. I mean, well, I guess it's techies. What else are you going to build? I was just thinking, like, that you've got a utility Tidehunter, and you like auras on your support as well with the Greaves on techies. Like, that is a huge team fight window right there, 25 minutes. You double down on those items.
25 is absolutely favorable to Liquid right now.
This is a lot of magic damage that Nothing to Say can do nothing about.
Down here.
And A.K.A. unlikely to use his BKB for that.
Very quiet game from Shiro as Nisha will run into him on this ancient camp and kill some spiders. He has not found much action with this brood. 1 assist here.
Not going Harpoon, goes straight for the Nullifier.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like that's a bad sign.
It is definitely a bad sign. They'll need Shard at some point too. He's just lacking the critical items to be able to pursue this Tide Hunter. Now he's a big problem. Gonna go Halberd as well. Extra disarm here for the Wind Ranger, for the Brood. Just coming down to big BKB blink black holes, I guess. That is what you're fighting for here if you're LGD, and if you're Liquid, you just don't need to clump. Don't give it to him. Continue to farm up. Push into like 3rd, 4th item territory on your Storm, your Bloodseeker. And you should be confident taking the fight even into the Aegis with maybe that 2nd Roshan.
Yeah, and you felt confident about Liquid's late game. Just the potential of the Bloodseeker to be able to power through everything else.
I think he has a good shot. Like, the black hole is really the only dissuading factor here. Maybe an Ag's Disruptor, but that is so damn far away. I'm not even considering it. LGD have to find something. You cannot just turtle this game out. I'm gonna look for this BKB black hole. Do they want a watermelon? A juicy one.
Do they want this Storm Spear with an Aegis? Neither target feels great.
When no targets feel great, you're in trouble. You find nothing off the high ground ward.
Yeah, it just kind of means that they're going to have to wait for 2 or 3 man go. One single hero is not good enough.
2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. You're just going to continue to give up gold here. Yeah, he's farming like 2 camps right now. Feels really bad for Shiro.
Not going to be a fast nullifier, that's for sure. Evans Halberd now done for the Tide Hunter. That makes things a whole lot harder. Now your Focus Fire could be entirely countered, or maybe your Broodmother isn't able to get the sustain option out of the lifesteal. Either one is no bueno for you if you're LGD.
Huge jump.
Yeah, that's a bit of a commitment, but you know, it works.
I'm on the D-ward, I guess. And pulled the trigger, knows he still has Aegis for 1:30 here. Not much threat.
Radiant's top tower is under
Brains
attack.
Attack did not shut down the Storm in the way that LGD envisioned. Sports got big gift off the lane stage. Too far behind. Liquid just ran away with it, and now that high ground siege has come knocking at your door.
Dire's middle
Your door
tower has fallen.
been kicked down. Gone.
What are they knocking
top
on?
tower has fallen.
Air.
Well, that's more terrifying than anything else. How are they doing that? They're just hitting the buildings, and PSG.LGD trying to formulate a response.
Fire is
stall for a minute.
Yes, you can all in on it here, but you have to wait the sieges out. Their lineup is terrible against sieges.
Yeah, they're losing a melee barracks fast. They have to give it up.
Oh, the Storm Spirit Siege
has fallen.
Not one we see often, but it works out here for Liquid as what I kind of thought their lineup was designed to do last game, but they get it done here. Make up for their sins. Pull ahead to 20k lead at 27 minutes here. Ridiculous amount of gold. Foxy is almost ahead of Mew. Midas Enigma getting outfarmed by...
Zip away, BKB had to be used by Mew. So he's trying to find a bit of extra farm because he knows one black hole is never going to be good enough. So he has to keep getting farm. He has to be out in the map. Needs to get a refresher.
Yeah, but that's a 70-second window where Liquid can push even more if they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Though without Aegis, I feel like maybe they're going to chill.
Yeah, no reason to. But now LGD can't make a move. Aegis expiring, and you have to play defensive longer. What is this jump?
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Yeah, just throwing some mana around, seeing if he can fight, because they are right. Nothing to say is here, farming this side of the map. He's just farming deeper than they expected. Now they have a scan on him. Nothing to say, is he going to TP out in time? Oh no, he's going to be found. Nothing to say, we'll try and fight back, but Nisha stands there. Thanks to all the sides. Oh, it wasn't enough. Mistimed it, right?
TP late for sure.
Yeah.
Needs a TP right at the start. I think he's pretty short. Do you have a Sun? I mean, he does have status with this.
Yeah.
I guess it ends up being just like 3.5 or something. Yeah, he did not have much window. Yeah, he's going to pop it together. That's a global down. That's a Wind Ranger down. Trying to get to BKB. Will not get there.
It's a BKB down for the Broodmother.
Yeah, and Nisha is out of control. Absolutely 8-0 in this game. Looking at a Hex. That's just going to make the initiations way too easy because you can lead with the Hex and follow up with the Ravage or vice versa here.
I'm over here.
Especially if you take Silencer out at the start. What is there left in terms of counter initiation? Black hole.
About 2 or 3 too late.
Even if you get him out here, it's not changing much. It's just not the type of map state you want.
I know, they're so annoying with it. They get control off the laning phase, then they take over the map. They safely get some Roshan, some Aegises to push your high ground. Don't throw away their lead. It's like a winning formula. In fact, it was a winning formula.
That's true. They won a
Multiple
lot.
majors.
I feel like they're all morphing into some giant abomination of like a Tundra OG hybrid mashed together to a giant Western European ball of map efficiency death.
Where all the moves are charted out and they never make the wrong decision. LGD are going to have to make some hard decisions here. Where do you go? What do you do with your limited time? You can't just sit back and let Liquid take another Roshan.
We've only seen one black hole this game, right? Or 2, I guess. I mean, there was the one to kill the Bloodseeker solo.
Yeah.
That's like whatever.
And then the one attempted to kill the Bloodseeker, but failed.
The Enigma pick has not worked out at all for LGD. They had something else in vision, but it was definitely not this type
Radiant's
of game.
middle tower is under attack.
Looking for me.
Rock the Ream for Fox. Why not? As they find you.
Fresh scythe, they global and glimpse, but it's not good enough. A BKB from Nisha will net him 2 kills.
Coming.
And with Muse, Enigma down, and Roshan being up, that is a free ticket for an Aegis and Cheese for Liquid.
That's one of those skills where you're like, all right, guys, what do you want me to do?
Radiant's bottom tower
In
is
fact,
under
they're not
attack.
even going to go back to Roshan.
Yeah, why not?
Straight to the high ground they go.
If Enigma's dead, there's no way else you can
Are
do
fortified.
it. It's pretty much that simple. Black Hole's the only saving grace that maybe you land some huge one in. I don't think Liquid are going to give it to you this game either way. They know it. There's no reason to call them.
Radiant's bottom tower
30k
is
lead.
fortified.
All of their cores are incredibly farmed. Look at Foxy.
Radiant's bottom barracks
They're true
is fallen.
4th core here.
It's getting a lot out of it. Another building down. Oh, even the Siege Wagon almost able to finish up that range barracks. And Liquid backing away safely as the Enigma comes back up. Somebody will check the pit at some point. And then it's left with PSG.LGD. Do you have a smoke? Do you blind smoke out to the pit? Can they get the initiation around the pit?
You know, I think the saddest thing, the saddest thing about this game is even if LGD make a crazy smoke, they find like, let's say the best target possible. It's like Storm and Bloodseeker on each other for some reason.
Radiant
And
are
Pugna,
scanning.
like Insania's computer breaks.
Yeah.
And they black hole them both. You have buybacks for Liquid. Do you even care?
Yeah, you have a tier 1 tower
Like,
left in the off lane.
So I come back. I mean, you don't have to save him, but you're gonna find Zaya.
Plays back into the Static Storm. They're going to fight all in the Tidehunter real quickly here. The side the fight's going to stop a lot of that damage. BKB goes off a little.
Okay, you got 2 cores.
To say they have to flash
That's a good one.
to get the Bloodseeker as well. But Nisha with this double damage put in serious work. Even if all the abilities go off successfully for PSG.LGD, it is easy cleanup for Liquid.
Not nearly enough damage on this Bloodseeker. I mean, you finish off the Tide, there's no Ravage, and then you're in trouble.
Didn't land the blast off
It's
either.
been
That
called.
got sucked up in the black hole. GG is called. Wow.
Dominant game. Very dominant game. 6 kills for LGD in 33 minutes. They found absolutely nothing in that game 3 as Liquid. That last pick from LGD was very strange. It did not work out, but Liquid just felt very comfortable and confident in this game with the Pugna.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Dire team ban.
With
Tundra
the Bloodseeker, the
Esports
Visage,
turn
and then
to
the Razor,
ban.
everything just perfect.
They, of course, are playing with the stand-in, but I don't think Tundra is really handicapped by that. AY is definitely holding his own. Without further ado, let's get this series on the road.
Tundra Esports turn to pick.
Dire team pick.
Tundra.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Khakis.
We're gonna find out who has the better hand here and who will move into the top 6 of the Bali Major. Jack,
remaining.
watching these two teams, what are you gonna focus on with the series that we're about to witness?
5
I
seconds
really like
remaining.
the way Tundra has drafted. I mean, they're always this team that kind of theory crafts like weird or different stuff, have like unique hero pools. But I like how they drafted in their last series. They played against Aster. There was a game where they saw that Aster was like flexing Morph and Slark as like part of the recognition. They drafted the first phase Visage and Bloodseeker into it. So I love when they just do stuff like that. Or they pull out the Razor against Leshrac, I think in game the first game as well. So and it's also been fun to watch AUI. It's nice when you need a player to stand in. You happen to have a TI winner who plays almost the same position, although they moved him to 5. And then I've never seen a game where the camera is focusing on the position 5's Visage birds for like the entire second half of the game because he's just keeping one lane push by himself. So I love watching just nerd Dota like that. It's a lot of fun.
Well, nerding out about Dota starts with the draft, as you
5
mentioned, and we got
seconds
one of
remaining.
those for you right now. Resolution. The draft for Tundra, it's always
Tundra
something
Esports
special
turn
to witness.
And meanwhile, the BetBoom team is always like drafting their solid heroes because usually the way they think about the games that they find like the OP
Dire
heroes
team
as they would call them, and like they would set up a pool for the players like with 4 to 5 of these OP heroes, and they just try to make the best combination of those in their draft. And this is what we see already. I feel like the Tekis has been showing off this one of the best position 4/5 in terms of
10
laning,
seconds
because this team at Boom, they always focus on the laning a lot, and it just helps them dictate the game that they want going to the mid game. And the Broodmother also has been showing off as one of the epileptic heroes. I mean, Nightfall, of course. I keep calling him that name. Nightfall, yes. And his experience in EG has been paying off in terms of he still can be able to pull off that hero out of nowhere, and not a lot of carry players, are able to do that.
Already a little bit surprised by this first phase. You have BetBoom's been first phasing like Coddle Storm. Even if there's like a Pugna, they'll just use the Coddle instead. And then there also isn't a Morph here. That's been like a lot of heroes that we've seen
10
very commonly
seconds
phase
remaining.
just kind of ignored here by both teams.
I think they didn't go for Storm just
5
purely because
seconds
they
remaining.
did it twice against Talon. They saw Pugna, they went for Coddle Storm, and they got answer with the Puck, I believe, and they lost both of these games. So that's why probably the confidence a bit shot out there.
They also had a chance to pick the Visage. I mean, I guess it's a team thing, I feel, for a team to understand what a Visage is able to do in the game regardless of the position. I think, you need all the players to somewhat have played with the hero before, but right now they are not prioritizing that at
Tundra
all, and they
Esports
just put
turn to
Pugna,
ban.
Naga. I guess I can understand the Naga because she's really great against the Broodmother and the Tekis, right? Because you are an illusion hero, and Tekis are one of the heroes that can't really kill the illusions, and Brood just feels miserable in the lane, But I'm hoping to see what
10
kind of
seconds
mid-hero they would
remaining.
pick to pair with this partner. I think 9 would probably prefer the Queen of Pain over the Storm Spirit because he has been playing this hero quite a lot of games, and it seems like it's a he thing, you know.
I think for 9 it's actually very
10
hard to
seconds
predict what he's
remaining.
gonna play because this guy he's like he has something up like
5
up
seconds
of his
remaining.
sleeves because you can always like expect something weird from him. He would play like Spirit Breaker, or like he would be the first one who would play Tusk from the mid lane, you know, this type of heroes. And on this tournament has been playing Razor, yes, I believe.
Yes.
And nobody else does it other than him. So yeah, it's been really interesting to see
team
what
pick.
he's gonna come up with.
Tundra
Tundra
does feel like
Esports.
they have a
turn
team
to
full of players that are kind of like scientists in their own labs, and then they make something, and then all in all, overall, they just try and concoct something that everyone can play, and then
Yeah.
it makes a good job. Yeah.
And meanwhile, BetBoom are the team that trying to perfect what's the best, and they're trying to make it even
10
better
seconds
by
remaining.
practicing it over and over again, and like making these little things come,
5
come true
seconds
even more.
remaining.
Like the pure Doom coming out for BetBoom, I don't think that comes as a surprise for Tundra either.
Yeah. He also has like
Tundra
three
Esports turned
to 4 heroes that he's been playing a lot, and he's been getting them for the most games.
Beastmaster.
A Batrider and the Beastmaster coming out. I'm assuming. Oh, what are we assuming? Where's that bat gonna go? Is that a bat mid? Is that a bat support? Or should I just say yes to that and we'll see later?
I think it's
10
mostly
seconds
support,
remaining.
and they're gonna last pick mid. I think it's gonna be position
5
5.
seconds remaining.
Wait, position 4 Batrider with the Beastmaster to secure the lane.
I think they are also maybe trying to make it so that they can play fast, because Naga kind of only needed the Manta
Tundra
and maybe the
Esports
Orchid in this
turn
game
to
to play fast. But whenever you're against Doom, right, you just want to make sure he doesn't get to a point where he's super strong with like double Doom, double BKB.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tundra know every single pick that BetBoom is trying to make this game. Like, I knew this Lich was coming
10
just because
seconds remaining.
Toronto, he has the pool of like Undying, Lich, and
5
probably
seconds
CM.
remaining.
And he's like, as soon as he gets his hands on one of these 3
Dire
heroes,
team
he's gonna
back.
get them in the draft. For BetBoom, they're going to last pick the GPK hero, which yeah, Leshrac is banned, but I don't think they would even go for the Leshrac. I feel like this hero has been underwhelming on this tournament.
10 seconds
remaining.
remaining.
Just too much.
Because Leshrac usually does go for the
Tundra
Bloodstone
Esports
and the
turn
Kaya and
to
Singe,
ban.
right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a Leshrac trying the Dagon build, because I would say
Dagon?
why I thought of it is when you pick Leshrac early and they're gonna react with TB, something like that, right? And you
Yeah.
have a problem with illusions. But right now the Dagon doesn't only allow you to kill the illusion, but you also get spell lifesteal.
10
And
seconds
with that buffer,
remaining.
I'm not sure why no one has ever tried on him before.
5
Sure, like
seconds remaining.
it's
That's
great
interesting.
with those 2 items already, and you kind of need BKB anyway, but sometimes I feel like in this meta especially, Leshrac has this item problem, you know, he always feels like he doesn't have enough slots.
Yeah.
And he's not that great against illusion heroes in the late game because they can always buy this mage layer, right? And they have pipe. So he can't really actually deal with illusions that well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem with this hero is that he's lacking mana, and you need a buffer like, you know, Pugna or Aya to make sure he has that. And
Dire
he
team
also
back.
needs an HP, he needs a survival,
Yeah.
right? Because he's usually the one who wants to run in, and he's an int hero that has a lack of, you know, armor and HP. I mean, so far I see that Tundra lineup has like a lot of broken mechanics, while
Tundra
BetBoom has
Esports
only
turn
this
to pick.
Doom that is, you know, is gonna be a big fight for them. But for Tundra, they're gonna play from the vision. I mean, this lineup, I played against it on TI. It's fun. It's nightmare to play against, guys. I'm telling you right now. You're just like constantly being scouted. There's a bunch of illusions. There you go. There's 9 having this another weird mid hero, which is Mars, and it's gonna be like, I think it's gonna be really good this game, just because you know, his BKB timing is amazing. He can rush blink this game. He can play with his
10
supports a lot,
seconds remaining.
make a lot of space for his greedy cores. But yeah, and in terms of fighting, like
5
you're fighting against
seconds
illusions, you're fighting against Betrider just
Choose your
blink lassoing you. You're fighting against some vision from Hawks and the Boars running around. It's just But I do think that you know, BetBoom there's also something going with them for them with the spider rings if Nightfall is gonna micro well.
But the lineup does seem like if they start a fight and they don't kill someone, it's kind of difficult for them to continue the fight because their cooldowns are not especially good against the heroes that BetBoom have. I feel like so for example, let's say the mask jumps in, right? And obviously the Lich is going to be there to shield the guy, and you kind of feel bad because you don't really have enough heroes to burst that hero down. You will need a lot of items from Naga to secure the kill, and that might be a very good opening for this Ember, this Broodmother to come in and kind of kill the supports off. But I would say they can only do that on the dire side, as in BetBoom's lineup. They really have to win their lanes.
Yeah, that's what they're best at. Yeah. They love winning their lanes.
Yeah, they've created some pretty stompy games. I mean, I think they beat Gaimin like 28-2 or something like this. There's not been, when they look good, they look absolutely dominant in some of these games. But I like Tundra's lineup. Like you mentioned, this team abuses sort of vision and summons better than anyone. I feel like they're going to be able to take good fights that they want throughout the game. I like Tundra here.
Jack likes Tundra, but BetBoom's laning stage seems to be their strongest suit, so perhaps they'll stop Tundra in their tracks. Let's find out what happens in Game 1 of the series, together with SVG and Cap.
Another team that really wants to be able to secure their spot at TI by just getting some points, just getting into top 8. BetBoom are right there on the cusp. They are 12th on the list, and there is a possibility of Aster or even Quest. Quest would actually have to win out the entire tournament to be able to eclipse them, but it is possible if BetBoom do not get any points, take that spot away from them. So they want to be able to do it here. They want to be able to have to get high winners.
Plus AUI TI.
Also a TI winner, just not the last TI.
Yeah, they have to do it against 5 TI winners. Not they didn't all win it together, but they all got there at different points. And I mean, I guess you got a coach TI win, so we count that too. AUI 2000 still standing in, though he gets to play his Pugna, hero he's very comfortable with and very toxic within pubs, I must say. Pugna spammer.
Well, not toxic in...
Oh, he's toxic.
Yeah, Curtis. One of the nicest guys I've met in Dota.
That's right.
Toxic.
That's right.
What'd he say to you?
Nothing. That's why I was toxic.
Oh.
Didn't even respond to my hello.
30 seconds.
Probably has me muted.
Probably didn't know you were talking to him.
Probably true. Actually, I have him muted. Maybe he did say something. Either way, we're going to see if he's toxic in this game with the Skelly Boy that owned last series in that Game 3 in Liquid LGD. This hero looks like a first pick hero to me every game I see it. His laning's crazy good. His team fight, super high impact. He's the best save in Dota. You kind of have to deal with him, but at the same time, he's hard to deal with because he's so fast. Damn powerful hero. We'll see if BetBoom have the tools to get through him and through all of the toxicity that is not AUI 2000, but the rest of Tundra's lineup as the skirmish already begins.
Yeah, they're going to go for sinking here. A first blood
in
for GPK.
Silken Boa doing some work there when you have all these heroes to rock off it too.
Yeah, seriously.
Smart choice by Nightfall will boost up his Ember, and that is a good start for BetBoom as they want this Ember to have a really good game so he can deal with the map pressure that eventually is going to come out from the Naga and the Beastmaster here. The Bat Rider cutting waves. AUI always cuts waves. This is like a very Tundra-esque lineup.
That's the thing. It's like, I do feel like, sure, Tundra is maybe a little bit weaker, but when you have AUI playing, you just know he's not gonna do some honest stuff. You know, he's gonna give you some weird stuff that you've never seen before, and something that he has theory crafted or seen once in the many thousands of pubs that he's watched. And he's gonna do something, and you just got to be ready for it. You don't know what.
It also shifts snaking to the 4. So snaking, it's the farm level. He likes farming. He was originally a core player, so he does not mind that at all. And already up to a good start here with what would have been first blood, but he'll still take it on Toronto Tokyo, dying to level 1 bat.
Yeah, that's awkward.
I haven't seen it in a while. Usually the damage is too low. But Snaking will find that with a single flame break as he was out of position. Throw that advantage right back towards 33, who could have a very good Beastmaster game here. Feels like go Helm of Dominator. I could see an Ags come out this game for him. I could see him just go the Aura Rush, play for the 5-man, boost up the Mars. But it does seem like a good Ags Beast game. The thing is, every time I think it's a good Ags Beast game, they don't build it. And every time I think it's terrible, they build it. So I just don't understand this hero.
Guess not. At least you're honest with the audience.
Oh, damn. Toronto, Tokyo.
Sinister Gaze to take the last hit on the big creep.
Revenge for that hurricane. Bot wave should be a farm lane for Skeeter, I think. Most actions either going to happen top or mid.
Well, the two supports are certainly going to battle it out in that bottom lane, but yeah.
Lich versus Bat is a very, very kill-oriented lineup. Like, this is a lane where the early kills matter a lot because you're trying to get to the kill thresholds, which for the Bat is level 3. For the Lich, it's like 3 through 5, depending on how many levels the Brood has. But since you had the early kill, you should pull ahead of the Beast here. I could see BetBoom just trying to all-in 33 with like a level 3 timing if they got there first.
And both sides have a core that is more than willing to get active here. AUI, he's going to either get a kill on save here or force him to TP out or something.
I mean, these illusions have been really annoying for him.
Well played.
Skeeter has been putting it on the techies the entire laning phase, helping AUI win those trades versus the longest range in the game. And it definitely helps. These illusions, he doesn't need him to CS, so may as well put him to use. So grab up below Lotus as well. Pretty good start here for Tundra, despite the early rune skirmish that did not do him any favors.
Ooh, getting a lot of damage on this Doom. He thought he could challenge with the Scorched Earth, but quite the contrary. He's just straight up dying to Skeeter's damage through the illusions. AUI only just now joining, so couldn't help secure it.
I mean, that Frost attack also doesn't help him. If he had a Harpy creep here, that's a different story. Maybe Frost armor too. But this is not a good Frost attack lane. He would have wanted the other two if he could have gotten them. It'll hurt their offensive potential a little. But the real winner is GPK, who has a pretty free matchup for Mars and had it at first blood.
Is that fighting top lane?
Yeah, this is the level 3. Someone is going to die.
Firefly, it looks like maybe both. No, Snake King doesn't die. Nightfall actually gets a little bit low. But they do manage to get the kill on Toronto Tokyo without giving Snake King's life up. He's got a healing style too to stay in lane.
And Snake King just winning the trades versus Toronto Tokyo is paying off in the long run. You know, in the words of Biggie, somebody's got to die. Somebody got to die up here. It's just a question of who.
Here and Skeeter continuing their harass war between each other.
My big question this game is, what does 9 get done? What does he build? Because these Silence are going to continue to skirmish. People are going to die, but it's not going to change the trajectory of the game, I think. I think a lot of it is because GPK is running away with it right now. And I feel like his impact is way more powerful than what 9 can maybe produce, whereas the Mars is kind of here to help scale versus the Brood in the late. Create some AoE control for the fights later on when they find like an opening off of Naga and Beast Vision and Illusions. He's usually the threat that can drive the pickoffs. But Mars is not, he's not in that Tuskar Fear Breaker category, where it's like constant pickoffs around the map. You're threatening heroes when the lanes go in for BetBoom and they are forced to split up. I don't see the Mars doing that. It's a slower pick. So I wonder if Tundra have an idea of the Mars just securing late game for them here in a Brood matchup, or needs some sort of like weird displacement for Doom later on. I don't know.
Skeeter, mirror image to dodge the last bit of damage, but there is still the AoE fire that is burning away.
I'm surprised he actually died on this lane, but I guess they just wore through him, and he's not doing too well. This lane has not panned out that well for Tundra as the Doom has heated up, quite literally. Some extra fire from the techies, and now he has a Vanguard. He's pretty much invincible. These lanes are going to become a problem for Tundra. I don't know if they can stand on them in the long term. The Beast should be okay, because he had a really good start. Snake King just won that lane, but the Brood is also independent. So BetBoom are going to bring off both their supports to the mid to fight for the rune, and 9 wins it.
Push it away with the spear, secure an Arcane Rune for yourself, but taking a lot of damage still.
GPK is going to hit. Another possible
Flame Guard and one Remnant. A single Remnant would be...
Yeah, he has Fairy Fire Stick with an Arena turnaround. Yeah. Probably just die if you go for that. Wisely pulls back here. Would have really liked that rune. Not get it. 9. Still, the threat for Tundra doesn't really exist for this Mars. That's what I'm saying. Like, where are they playing towards? That's kind of what I want to figure out in this game. See how much 9 can do with it, because right now I feel like his options are pretty limited.
Yeah, I could see how just like playing a fast kind of Blink Dagger build when you have Beastmaster axes, maybe the Ags, plus the Pugna Nether Ward, Fire, all in the mix thanks to the Bat Rider. Like, I could see how just that general initiation is kind of like a good setup for team fights for them.
They don't have Viper.
Yeah. Pull back in with a Sinister Gaze, snaking. Die.
Somebody's got to die. Somebody's got to die in that lane. That is not a lane you can sit in from either side without somebody going down.
Oh, he's got the Harpy Lightning now on Pure.
Oh, he gets it eventually. Oh, there you go. See, it all works out.
Yeah, he's got the answer now.
God, I hate you. That is disgusting.
You think a lot of Dota players are just...
They are. Glad to agree. Yeah, nice to prep if you ashamed you got
Does he have enough of the 6 charges? Turns around, hits the spear. Perfect timing from 9, but he still managed to get away on GPK with the Remnant. Snaking will chase down Toronto, Tokyo. It's a little bit of revenge, maybe? Nope, stick charges put him over the edge, and Snaking abandons that. 33. Now he's going to be dove with no support to back him up. The axe is being thrown out underneath the tower. He's got the roar. He gets it. Oh, what? He roared a creep, but it gives him the movement speed to get him away.
That's just a farming one.
Yeah.
Like, he knew he was safe, so he's like, I'm going to take a spider and go back to base. Extra move speed is efficiency. That's just a 10-head play. Pretty there.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, a spear that lands, but the Sinister Gaze pulls him back, and he couldn't hit the God's Rebuke. That would have gotten a kill on GPK, and that would have been a dream for 9. Put this Mars, who we have some question marks about, ahead in this matchup, but instead stays behind.
Just can't find the kill. These are... Man, these are... That first little tanky gets paid off. Here's the slights continue. He'll get a bottle refill from Toronto, Tokyo. And yeah, the side lanes are kind of just collapsing for Tundra, right? The Doom is not touchable. He killed AUI solo. He's forcing Naga into a position where they need to TP down here to try and kill Pure.
They're going to bring Snake King over. They know they need extra firepower if they want to be able to punish this Doom. Even bringing over 9. They'll get him. See if 9 takes the last hit.
Yeah, how about that? We had dead. Got dead earlier.
Yeah.
So, interesting one from Pure. Cost them some gold, but they're going to try and return the favor.
Yeah, 33 is.
Where's your roar now, son? That efficiency didn't pay off.
No, it didn't. 15 seconds left on cooldown. Does what damage he can, kills some creeps, but he will be turned into baby spiders.
So close!
Every time we go to mid, it's just 9 getting slighted down.
Yeah.
That's not great.
Is under attack.
I mean, it's a killer mid versus... I mean, Ember Spirit's kind of a killing hero, but in lane, he just slights you out.
And the Mars doesn't have much answer to that, unless you can all in the Ember. Since they miss those, it makes this even more punishing. Looking for the 10-minute rune. Kick the supports out of the Ancients up here. Well, the illusion for 9. Maybe not the best one he could have hoped for here, but we'll see. If you can get a good fight going, it could pay off. However, BetBoom, I think they're content farming. They're pushing towards the Doom Midas. PK with like 2 more levels, he's ready to go, and they're just fighting behind Nightfall, who has proven to be an issue in this game. And honestly, one of the more impressive carry broods I think we've seen. I feel like the Eastern European carry broods have been ahead of the rest of the meta.
Oh, you think it's better than Shiro's?
I mean, yes, I think so. I mean, he plays the hero fine, but I think like the Eastern European team's understanding of how to run the carry brood and scale with it through your tricore and play around it is at top tier. So this is a scary brood. Top network right now.
What do you think they do better with the hero in that regard? Like, what do you mean play through him?
I think they bring support to it at the right times, and I also think they make sure you're in a game where the brood does not have to play a hard carry. Okay. Where I think the hero suffers.
Yes.
They always make sure they have just enough scale between their other two. Like, not too greedy. Like this game, you know, Ember Doom. It's enough you're confident going late game here, but it's also not super greedy heroes, as long as the lanes are okay.
Sure. All 3 of the heroes, all 3 cores are going to contribute a decent amount to the late game. So combined, it feels like you have 1 hard carry.
And then the Brood's job is just, you know, give you the Roshan, give you the objective taking, but it's just not a game where Nightfall has to go in and right-click 3 heroes down to win a fight.
Yeah.
In that LGD game, it kind of felt like that at a certain point. Sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So I've liked the Eastern European Brood so far. I mean, historically, it's always been very good too, right? Even when the Brood was in the offlane role. A lot of those root spammers come from CIS.
Yep.
Going back to the days where it was like Mag talking about how he learned it from the original root spammer, right?
Yeah.
So there's some historical precedence there.
Radiant's
Closing
bottom
in
tower
on the
is under
bottom
attack.
lane. BetBoom.
Dire's
Pressure
middle
on,
tower
try and
is
take a
under
tower.
attack.
Game is definitely quieted down, which I think whenever this happens, BetBoom are pretty happy with it until the map pressure picks up for Tundra. That's going to be the question, though. When does that happen? Exactly when does the Naga and the Beast start pushing these lanes back out? Because right now, they're getting lanes pushed into them.
Yeah, when you said when the game slows down, I immediately, maybe this is just standard. Like, game slow equal Tundra win.
Generally, yes. Right now, they're not occupying more than the map, which is not where their lineup wants to be. Now, this isn't like the worst case scenario. They're still gearing up for it. So if it happens later, at a certain point, they're going to be happy. But you are going up against Max, Devour, Doom, and Midas. A Broodmother who's been clearing through the map and is ready to join fights. In fact, he is here. He is coming for you.
Come through the portal, coming for AUI.
AUI has not had much fun this game. Been run out of bottom lane. There's not a hero you can really play with to threaten outside of the Mars, who's working towards that blink. That should be a smoke for Tundra. Like, you get blink on Mars here, you want to smoke and break this top tier 1, I think.
Yeah,
that's
you got
the
to make
biggest
something
objective.
happen with this hero. He's been kind of useless so far, to be honest.
That can happen to a mid-Mars.
GPK,
Keeping up with Mars.
where did his network go?
Where did it go? Maybe he never had it.
Oh, he was winning in CS early on.
I mean, he did get a lot of those trades did almost kill him, and he had to like get heals and go runes and try and regen back up. That did cost him some long time.
Well, I mean, okay, then Mars hasn't been totally useless. In that case, he's kind of shut down GP arm a bit.
I mean,
Radiant's top tower
but it's time to
is
shine
under
his
attack.
blink.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna call him on it. I don't think there's much to do about it. And I still think a lot of this Mars pick was what they won out of him in the late game too. I think they have an idea that this hero can answer the Brood in the man fights later if he gets 4 or 5 slots.
Never lucky. 9. It's out on another power rune.
He never lucky. He won a TI. That's pretty lucky.
He did it through skill.
That is the dumbest statement I've heard. Nobody wins a TI off skill. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of skill in it, but you win TI because you're skilled and you get lucky.
See,
that's just what these TI winners. The thing is, the TI winners never going to tell you that because then it makes them look bad. They're always going to tell you, "Oh yeah, we're just the best team there."
Bottom tower is
Get
under
the hell
attack.
out! You're not the best team.
So OG got lucky 2 times in a row?
Yeah. They had a lot of luck, man.
I don't believe you.
Go ask Seb. That's what he'll tell you.
I don't believe Seb will say that either.
Then why? Okay, then when Team Spirit won, why did they say the best strat is luck?
I mean, I don't think...
Case closed, boys. Cap has been defeated in the Dota Court of Law here, and the Court of
Just
Lore.
because one TI winner said it.
You can appeal it.
One of them was humble.
The lower court, if you wish.
You and I.
But the verdict has been struck.
Slide chains, the Blink Dagger revealed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll always remember how
Test
foolish
spear.
you looked.
Making sure it throws right, you know? Sometimes you get one of those wonky spears that kind of go in a curve, you know?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of Fada arrows out there right now.
I think that's what the spears are. They're just leftover arrows on the battlefield
Yeah,
from
picks them up.
Era.
They come in from another plane.
Dire's
Him
middle
in his
tower
battlefield.
is
He picks it.
under
Oh, I could use this. All right, you know what? I'm going to stay on that discussion. Name me one aspect of Dota that does not involve some percentage of
Dire
luck.
are scanning.
I'm not saying it's all luck. But I'm saying it helps. You can't.
But like itemization, farm.
Oh, he missed the arena.
He did.
Unlucky.
He went for the spear into arena, but didn't throw the arena far enough away from his hero. You have to like.
It's tough.
If you do it all at once, it works. But you really got to make sure the arena is far enough away. Snaking's gonna die here. Last second lasso doesn't do much. But the spear back will ensure a counter kill. If I go, you got to go, Avery.
That's true. Nice.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, not false. on Mars. He almost takes a tower, but he backs away at the right time just before the song from Skeeter was going to catch him.
Fast. Nightfall knows all. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been nice and... I don't know this song.
Knows when you've been bad or good.
Yeah, isn't there a naughty or nice in there?
Top tower is under attack.
See, you don't know it either. Nobody knows this. They just pretend to.
No, but I know the chorus.
BetBoom gonna 4-man smoke and try and break this game open. They have pipe finished on Pure, so this is some serious war timing. We'll find out what you get.
My reach exceeds my grasp.
Well, he's certainly broken a lot of smokes this game as 33 skedaddles his way out of there. Humble the Overlord, and Tundra still can't push a tier 1.
Yeah, they haven't lost a single one, you're right.
I mean, mid is very low, it's deniable, but BetBoom keeping it up. Kind of agree with that decision. Feels like the space is really being limited for this Naga Beast lineup. We would want these tier 1s down by now. Just haven't found them. And instead their areas are getting invaded by the Brood, setting up camp on their side of the map around the Ancients.
Yeah, you got a 4-stack around mid, and you got Nightfall ready to rotate, but putting heavy pressure on top lane.
This is a good fight for BetBoom, I think. If Nightfall can get the wrap, there's no song here.
They're going to start taking away that tower. Tundra.
That's a good spear.
They're going to need a response, and the response is killing GPK, or trying. Lasso back, Rebel run. Single target stuns, but not enough damage. Oh, barely got it in the end. 1-for-1 trade-off on a lot of abilities now on cooldown for Tundra. They're going to play around Skeeter and his illusions as they push back against BetBoom.
Man, that Frost Shield did some serious work for him. It took forever to bring that Ember down.
Oh, back into it again. 9 with the shield rune. Throws
Literal
spear through the 2 supports, but now they're going to strike back and attempt to conjure Team Took to get there in time. Blast off into the Doom. Healing, but he can't throw any spells, and AUI is going to die eventually, giving up his life just to buy 9, 2 more seconds. Certainly not the trade-off that Tundra was hoping for.
EKB Echo Brood just runs past the Doomed Mars and kills the Pugna. Says, okay, well, you want to heal him? I'm just going to kill you.
Yeah.
No cares in the world in this fight for Nightfall. When that roar is down, there's no BKB control. That is why that committal onto the Ember, it's a cost under here. It's just too much. It is not the amount of spells they wanted to have to use to bring down a single core. A.K.A happy to play that frontline role. Spark of Courage giving him extra armor there as well. That on top of Frost Shield. That'll do some work for Tide and all this physical that Tundra are trying to put in.
Top tower is under attack.
That is one of the downsides of Tundra's lineup here is they are pretty physical oriented in terms of the actual damage going in. Spear will miss again. Truly off the map. Like there's some magic damage, you know, with the Pugna, the Bat, but in general between the 3 cores, I feel like it is just going to be them going in on a single target trying to physically burst him down. And that Frost Shield is going to be a problem until you have Nullifier. And even if BetBoom gets some armor up, it's going to be high value armor this game for them.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying, just because BetBoom is sort of ahead in the game right now. It feels like their magic damage isn't going to be enough to get a kill. So they're going to need to do those extra right clicks, or they're going to need the Naga Siren Illusion to help finish it off.
They're going to have to take the man fight at some portion in that team fight. It has to be around the roar and the spear. The big lockdown spells, they'll...
Immediate Orchid usage onto the Ember Spear, but unfortunately the Flame Guard was already up.
You see 9 thinking about these Blink Spears. That's another problem Tundra have had this game. The Blink Spears are just not fast enough.
Or maybe BetBoom is just too fast for the Blink Spears.
They are playing this game very well, making it very annoying for Tundra. Not something I think we would have said going into this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But it feels like Tundra have been the ones more annoyed than BetBoom. Victory here.
Yeah.
Here, not able to beat that.
Yeah, locked inside the arena and not by hero.
That's a 5 hero move. That is a heavy commitment. Not going to net you much gold.
Going into the series, did you have a favorite?
Did I have a favorite?
I favored BetBoom.
I think in recent results, BetBoom looked a bit stronger.
Yeah.
But if we're talking this particular matchup style-wise, I think Tundra could be a problem for them. Just because I don't think BetBoom will beat Tundra on lanes hard enough to win the game. And I think the way the map gets stalled out, Tundra are very
Dire's bottom
weird
tower
and
is
scary
under
late game,
attack.
right?
Yes.
A lot of their games at TI and stuff got stalled. They went late and they win them through very weird interactions and itemizations that come together
Radiant's
and it's
middle
like
tower is
deceptively
under
good.
attack.
I think that can be good versus BetBoom style. You just have to get there. And maybe the stand-in hurts Tundra a little bit there too, because maybe their laning isn't going to be as good as it was. I mean, no fault to AUI, but you're like throwing snaking off his lane, you're losing Soxa, and probably one of the most consistent early game players of all time. So you lose a little advantage there, but this early game did not go bad for Tundra. This game is incredibly even. They just get a Roshan, they have a goal. Finally, maybe they can start to push some lanes into BetBoom, which is where their lineup shines. And they can shove the map in their direction, force the split up, and let 9 go to work with the pickoff. They're very happy. Now BetBoom on the back foot. They're gonna have to smoke, try and get a flank going.
If they don't stop this soon, it's gonna be hard on Naga.
They see Snake. They want to do Snake though.
Just a stun into the blast off. They're gonna get this kill without using the Doom.
That's pretty free.
Radiant's top
Yeah.
tower.
Yeah, you're gonna
Bunch of
get
these
out.
heroes are low
Dire's
from
middle
doing
tower
Tormentor,
is
at least a
under
little bit
attack.
damage. See if they can catch anybody here. Skeeter, just gonna use the song, just to make sure.
Yeah, why not? It's a disaster if you get caught there and you lose 2 lives. Nothing. And they brought the Brood to that fight. So if you're Tundra, you're happy being able to get the other 2 lanes out. You might even get this tier 1 top for free. It is still up at
Dire's
22
middle
minutes, by
tower
the
is
way.
under attack.
Crazy to think about when it's a Beastmaster lane that won. But
Yeah.
Brood was just pure annoying up there.
So I would say a lot of Tundra's strengths at last TI, a lot of it involved around like how they would play the map. They had like a really good understanding.
Oh.
Yeah, they were just lucky. They just
I'm
lucked
glad
into
we-
the
glad we
understanding
agree.
of how to play the map. Do you think that this Tundra?
Lucky to understanding of how to play the map. That's a good phrase.
Yeah, they just found the right tone.
I mean, it's kind of true, you know, like their idea could have been horribly wrong.
Do you think that their
Radiant's
ideas have
middle
kept
tower
up with
is
the new
under
map?
attack.
Like, is their style as effective? Is it more effective? Is it less effective on a bigger map?
I have no idea, honestly. It's
Okay.
really hard to tell. It seems less effective. But how much of that is like the individual small things like Wraith Pack getting removed from the game and stuff? I'm sure. I have no idea. It does feel like 9 has had issues finding the same impact as he did at TI. I think that is for sure true. We're playing Toronto, Tokyo here.
Dire's middle tower is under
Does he
attack.
die though?
I thought he would certainly die, but apparently not. Pipe, Boomer.
Hell of an item.
It is a hell of an item. Skeeter just keeps on trucking. 2 minutes left on his Aegis, and he wants to try and do something with this Nullifier. Mirror Image Manta, getting a little bit of save. Doesn't want to give up this life so easily for Fear, but Cure managed to get the initiation onto the Beastmaster. Once again, the Spear Arena fails to connect. And Power gets off his BKB now. They're definitely going to be able to take Skeeter off of his Aegis.
They stun him. They have a jump.
They have a gaze, they have a blast off, they get so many stuns to be able to layer it, and the damage is in.
Big misstep from Tundra here. They just overextend on that Lich. They never even got him.
Ooh, and didn't even need a stun for that last skill, just raw damage into 33.
When you are in a route situation versus BetBoom lineup, you're getting chased by Brood, you're getting chased by Ember. The cooldowns for the supports can reset here. That is an ideal scenario for BetBoom. Tundra just not splitting BetBoom up enough. They just kind of run into them when they're grouped as 5, overextending on the Lich. 33 gets nothing off because that Doom was really good by Pure, and the Spear Arena connection missing again. Just feels like it costs you too much. You don't have any other stuns, especially when the Beast is doomed. You don't have the Roar coming out.
Has anything changed about that timing? I mean, 9 is at this point consistently missing.
It's just a hard timing to hit at the Dota because people are moving, you're running back. It's not that easy, right? And I don't necessarily fault him, but I feel for why he's trying to go for it since BKB is already out on the Doom. You can't really just throw down the arena if you have it.
Yeah, same goes with the Ember, right? He can't just throw an arena and spear. That'll never work.
So the thing is, in that type of fight, even if he hits it, I don't know if that fight's changed. You're already in a defensive situation, which is just not where you want to be.
He can grab it, but he's going to be lassoed back. Boy, Nightfall starts doing some serious damage, though. Laying it a snake, he could off. AUI is going to be next with the Decrepify, and yeah, Pure never died off of that initiation. Now Skeeter, he's going to be stunned.
He got it.
BKB does not last long enough, so they won't be able to catch up to Skeeter here.
They're going to chase him.
They are. Oh yeah, they've got plenty of chase actually. Ember Spear, Brood Mother.
Like just missed.
It was a little bit off the mark. Nightfall spots Skeeter, but he's too far gone.
Another very dangerous fight for Tundra. I mean, they lose both supports, but the single target burst is just not there. The Glimmer and the Frost Shield from Toronto Tokyo, plus another Glimmer and Lotus on save. The defensive utility coming out from BetBoom has been spot on this game, and it is causing Tundra a lot of problems as they don't have a nullifier. They don't have a way to break this. Both their supports are offering you 0 AoE if the single target jump does not convert onto the kill. BetBoom proving too tanky in this game, pulling ahead a little bit with every
Dire's top tower is under
team fight
attack.
they win. 33 tries to find the Ags in this game that maybe gives them the extra damage they need.
Fortified.
Because the Naga is not doing it right now, and Nightfall is doing it all. 7-0 and 4 for this series. He should trunk the room with that nullifier.
Top tower has
And
fallen.
the tier 1 down at 27 minutes.
Almost got him, but blink for blink, he gets out.
You get the Lizard. Plus stupid.
They do. Damn well. And another ward too. That was worth the tower straight off.
It was, yeah.
Skeeter got a bounty rune on the other side of the map.
This is where the BetBoom game becomes scary with their team.
Dire's middle
Because
tower is
if
under
you don't
attack.
run it over, I think the win chance for them just starts to skyrocket. Like, I don't think we saw many games they lost late game with the Purity.
Dire are scanning.
Most of the games that I saw them lose were those like 25-30 minute high ground pushes where his greedy build didn't have time to pay off.
Radiant's middle
Here
tower
he didn't even
is
go that
under
greedy.
attack.
I mean, he has BKB and Pipe on top of Octarine Midas, but it's just going to get scarier from here.
Why do you think, so we saw Shiro bypass the Harpoon. I felt like that was desperation. This game, we're going to go Manta instead of Harpoon. Is this item no
Dire's
longer
middle
a
tower
hot
is under
shit?
attack.
Honestly, yeah, I think Harpoon's just fallen off.
Radiant's
now.
middle tower is
I
under
think it's
attack.
too hard to reliably use and get the value out of it right when you get it online. Outside of maybe the Magnus who was abusing it, and Magnus got nerfed, so that also contributes. I feel like this type of Brood build is way more reliable, scales better. Many for the Harpoon is just a lot of gold that you're not getting the offensive value out of. You want to still be able to
The Beastmaster, BetBoom kill squad. They were running around as 4, even brought GPK through the portal to join them.
Yeah, they'll get some lanes shoved in on the other side of the map, but once again, the vision that should have been an advantage for Tundra in this game is not doing them any favors. Another smoke lands right on point. All of the BetBoom cores continue to find farm. They're going to keep scaling versus Naga.
Nice cutting of the waves by Skeeter. You know, that's funny. AUI talked about how he coached Skeeter a bit on how to play the Naga Siren. This might have been like going all the way back to like the TI-10 period. I wonder if he ever says anything to Skeeter while he's playing these games with him.
Giving him critique in the middle of the match.
I mean, no, I mean maybe just as simple as like, hey, can you get an illusion cutting mid or something? You know,
Skeeter, this is exactly what I was telling you about. I'm glad I'm here right now so I can inform you. Your illusion should be here and here, not over here. That's
I
what
don't know.
I'm
Curtis is
imagining.
pretty PMA. I feel like he could do it in a tactful, pleasant way.
Bad to say, yes.
Radiant's
Besides
middle
him being
tower is
toxic.
under attack.
Oh, yes.
9, he's gonna die.
Of invisibility.
Doomed up, hot out. Nothing Snaky can do about it.
I get my pills.
Look, being toxic in pubs is different than. I just want to
Yeah,
clarify that. You know?
the teammate of CC&C would say that.
That's a fair point. I don't know if I retort to that one. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, Quinn is toxic in pubs, and he's toxic in real life. You know?
Ah, okay. 1 minute left on the Aegis timer here. And we're going to see BetBoom go through the portal en masse to...
That Hawk just saw a lot. 33's like, holy crap.
Blast off is going to nick him ever so barely. Ogre Seal Totem, Primal Roar, trying to do a lot here with very little, and it's not going to be enough. It looks like AUI is going to die with it.
I mean, Pure was instantly on the backside of that. But you guys got the beast. I'll take the pug now. Just good target
Dire's middle
focusing,
tower
and
is
again,
under
the vision
attack.
for Tundra is not saving him on these
Radiant's bottom tower
pickoffs. It's just a
is
little
under
too
attack.
late. The map is too big. Is Tundra's playstyle working better on this map than the old one?
Radiant's
This game, it doesn't feel like
structures
it.
are fortified.
Like there's too much to cover, and
Radiant's
BetBoom have the
bottom
angles, the
tower is
smokes,
under
the glimmers to bypass it. and abused Tundra split push
Radiant's
here.
bottom tower has
They're
fallen.
getting caught. And that is
Dire's
not what
top
this lineup's
tower
designed to
is
do.
under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The boar? Oh no, it's the
Never
Ogre
refuse
Frost
good
Mage pulling AUI and 33 on the same team.
That's too much for me.
This would be too much of the shenanigans.
Where was he even going?
Eat him! They don't eat him.
That's 250. That's literally worth more than the wave almost.
Yeah. And it's not like they're going high ground or anything. They're focused on doing Roshan, so
yeah, I don't think BetBoom cares.
Are scanning.
I don't think one of the things that generally has helped Tundra go into these late games off of the wave pulling, the cutting, the shenanigans, has been the support scaling, especially with the utilities, but also just they usually have some cheeky spells that help them, like Shadow Demons or whatever, you know, Hoodwinks. Talking about Bat, they're pretty much going to give you what they give you from 10 minutes on. You can get like Link BKB Bat and have a more reliable initiation. Do BetBoom necessarily care about that if they can throw out some Glimmer, Frost Shield, Lotus Orbs? I don't see the Bat and the Pugna necessarily scaling too hard here for Tundra. I think that hurts them a little bit as well, which means they just have to not keep giving up these pickoffs and finding more room. Pressure for 9.
don't let him
Can't
get
even
away.
find Toronto
Don't let
Tokyo.
him get away like that. Oh, we had the gem too. That would have been such a dream pick.
And the map read from BetBoom has been on point this game. And now they're pushing it. They got Aegis, Shivas for GPK, and that Harpoon finish for Brood with Cheese to back it up.
Let's see if 9 can get the initiation here.
These are some tanky boys. I mean, who do you want to go on? You have double Arena Spear. There's some damage.
Yeah, you can blink, maybe try and spear him back into the tower. Try the arena trick again. He's got a refresher, so if he gets the initial spear,
I don't think
it should be
BetBoom
really good.
want to go in and get spear until Toronto Tokyo's there. That's another thing. This Lich is running.
Yeah.
But he's a Lich.
I mean, if it's on GPK, it's probably fun.
Hawk up here right now.
They're definitely going to go for this initiation at some point. Look at
hate
them
it.
all grouped up like this.
I think Pure knows they're here. He's going to go. He got them all.
He got them all indeed! Oh, that's done! Double Centaur! Refresher Centaur stun! This man's a monster! But the heal, it does go off, and they're not going to lose anybody for it. BetBoom, great execution, but maybe the idea was all wrong. They have to retreat now.
That song was so much better than all of that initiation power from Pure. And yeah, you are out of booms now. Gonna try and fight with the arena.
Turn back in. The arena goes down to the chain drops. The arena should go away. Bouncing through into the Skeeter illusions. Meanwhile, on the side, the support's going to be battling out. Skeeter pops his Manta, trying to get away from these nullifiers, putting his own nullifier onto the techies, but not able to get the kill and not able to get out. BetBoom on the high ground, turn around and defeat Tundra in this fight. And they are going to take some serious building damage now as Curtis KUI tries to do what he can to stall this out, but they are dead with several heroes for a long time. BetBoom can get a lot out of this.
I honestly think that's just the game. Yeah, they're gonna call it. They don't have any damage. There is nothing going into the pipe, the glimmers, the frost shield, Brood healing up in a BKB duration that no one can man fire it. Larspic did not do almost anything in this game outside of, okay, if you get the early snowball kills in the lane going, I can see a different trajectory. But here, it's not helping you man fight. The spears are hard to land. Even when you land them, there's a lot of defensive capability from the Lich in Toronto Tokyo, which really just shut down these physical burst initiations. And it just felt like an off game from Tundra all around. Like the tier 1s were really slow for a Brood Naga lineup. That hurts you a lot. It's like an intangible thing. You're not seeing it in the actual fights, but you're